Welcome. How's it going, guys? So, just so you know the format, you might catch me doing recordings for other signs, okay? There's going to be like a sliding door policy on the free readings, on the free questions, okay? So, I'm only energetically, as far as this format is concerned, I'm only energetically able to give, what I have in my battery cell. You know what I'm saying? So the more that you guys tip and donate and pay for questions and this and that, the more we could kick ass and it could be a love fest. So, but it's going to be a sliding door policy, right? There might be moments where I want to do free readings, free questions, free yes or no. There may be periods of time where I want to charge $10 a question, $20 a reading. Okay, so it's kind of a filling out process. Um, what else do I want to be able to tell you? So you could always tip and donate or purchase questions and readings when it's that time. Right now, I do have a bit of a charge going on for a question and a reading, but who knows? You might catch me at a good time where things are free. I always enjoy your company. You're always welcome to hang out as I do readings for all the signs. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of balances out. If you want a little bit of chit chat or conversation, I'm always welcome to that. But over time, when people are constantly coming in asking for free questions and there's no monetary compensation, and you can't really rely on likes or subscriptions because people could unlike and unsubscribe. So there just needs to be a little bit more of balancing give and take. Like I said, I'm not excluding free content. I'm not excluding free readings. You're welcome to stay. You're going to get that free content for the sign because that's typically, what I'm offering on these live streams. But I just want to let you know where I'm coming from, where my mind's at. I'm feeling really good about the courses. I'm feeling really excited about the courses that I have available. I'm just looking for students. Remember, I have 3 tiers. The 300 first level tier is all pre-recorded content, so you could learn at your own time and speed. The second level, 350, these are one-time all access payments, gives you access to phone, text, email to help you on your journey in becoming a professional reader. And the 500 level is live stream. We would do live stream class formats like this. Again, one-time payment, all access, and you get pre-recorded content as your backbone, and then phone, email, text access. So like I said, I understand that you guys are paying with your time as well when you're hanging out. And just know that, when you're hanging out in this live stream, what you're getting is basically me going through all of the signs, me picking up on general energies for the day. Okay, so that could kind of satiate possibly your need for my content, while I'm still able to conserve my energy with not always giving free readings and free readings and free readings. So like I said, it's going to be a bit of a sliding door, okay, where I will, at times, I could already foresee this, I will be feeling very generous and want to give free readings and answer free readings. But at the moment, I do need to put up a little bit of a price range just for the sake of energy purposes, right? I got to water my beak a little every now and again. But yeah, we're manifesting viewers, we're manifesting students, all that stuff. We're manifesting fun readings, all that content. So I feel really good about that. I'm just pulling up my other channels that I read for. I'm going to sign on to the other line that I read for. But yeah, we're excited, feel good. I charged my energy crystals. I charged a little bit in my room today. Just going to sign on to the line that I read for. If you guys are interested in readings through those lines, my extension is 4675 on Psychic Source. Codename Dylan. And then on Psychic Power Hotline, codename Dylan as well, Dylan Thomas. But yeah, let's get to it. I kind of just want to pick up on general energies for the day. It really doesn't matter what format we're doing that for, as far as like, um, let me lynch this thing up here. Okay. Let's see, what are we feeling here? Spirit, what cards are we feeling here? Spirit. Do you want to do the big deck here? Could even pull this a little closer. The light's going to come down a little bit better. Okay, let me just see how the lighting's going on the live stream. Okay, not terrible. Not terrible. The lighting on the live stream. Let's see. Okay. I got my little folder here so I can shuffle on my laptop down here. I feel locked in. I feel loaded. Energy's good. Yeah, you learn a lot when you kind of open that door. You know, I totally understand human nature. Everyone wants like a free reading and everyone wants to know this and know that. But I'm also in it for not just kind of the surface level stuff, you know, because when it comes to that extent, then now what you can be doing is you can be feeding and propagating people's unconsciousness. Okay. And I would like to lean into the realm of, you know, helping people on their spiritual path. You know, so in regards to the spiritual path, this is essentially fun, entertainment, pearls of wisdom, gems, little nuggets here and there that I think, you know, will help one on their energetic path that we call life. You know, that's the intention, is to how to best kind of help others, help empower others, help others know that doing good pays off. Let's switch this on over here. Should feel a little better. Okay, there's an offer or delivery here. Okay, incoming could be Aquarius, Pisces energy, and or season. This could help facilitate new emotional beginnings. Okay, new agreements here. It might put you on top of the world. Okay, this could even be today. It doesn't necessarily have to be a ways away here. Something's definitely going to make you feel like you're on top of the world, empowered. I love when I see that Joker card. Welcome in from the live stream. I got people coming in, commenting. I'm just doing a reading here. Something that's going to bring you out of worry. 3 of Pentacles in the upright, having to do with a living structure, might get you back on path with rent, things of that nature. It could be student loans coming through as well. Something that'll get you back on track in regards to that. Might even be workplace. It's obviously going to be different for everyone's situation, but the 7 of Pentacles is stability, stable growth over a long period of time, depending on what you're invested in. Reach out for more. What's up, sister girl? I'm doing paid readings right now. I'm just trying to respect the energy. So at times you'll see when I make things free, but at other times you'll see when I make things, you know, with a price point. So, but if you want a general advice, Like I said, if it's a single question, it's 10, and if it's a longer reading, it'll be 20. So, okay, I love when this guy comes out. This is top of the world, all right? Feeling good, the world is your oyster. Remember, this guy is an amalgam of the Joker, the Fool, the Magician, Two of Pentacles, completions, being on top of the world. Okay, this is either a decision, someone's making a decision about you, or someone's really stepping in their power, being very kind of like they're burning clean energy. Okay, this is a living, continuous process here. There could be travel for some, or this could just be more so focused on that efficiency factor, bridging the gap between the King of Pentacles and the King of Swords here. So there could be an exchange, technology and or insight and information, value-based for compensation here, financial base. Okay. There is going to be a time, it might be a tricky period, might want to cut a lot of ties as well. Stay mindful. Let's see what's coming out here. I'm just reading a text message that I'm getting. Uh, uh, I don't know what this person.
This is legendary Street Fighter Paul Hunak. He doesn't look like that much, but this is the same guy.
Okay, so take it if it resonates. General. 4 cup in the upper could be stability or not being receptive. Okay, it depends on your storyline. Remember, you get the heads or tails pick of your perception of reality. That's what manifestation is, right? 6 of Wands in the upright. This is a public victory, something out and out. This is Jupiter in Leo, so this is for the display of public. I'm also getting like a pissed off girlfriend, like, you know, when you're on a date and you're dragging her around and she's fucking pissed, or a pissed off boyfriend if the guy's being the drama queen. That could be that too. It could be a public scene, okay, as a result of heartbreak. Could be casting confusion or putting you in a position to evaluate your options when you want to communicate, when you want to try to clear the air. I do see things reconciling. 10 of Cups, happiness, harmony. Let's see what else comes out. Take it if it resonates. General. Queen of Wands, feeling empowered here at the throne. 5 of Pentacles. This could be overseeing those in need and or turning a corner where remember the theme for 2024, working from the inside out. So that inside value is starting to be reflected in and around your outside world based on what you're feeding it, what you're offering it. And again, take it as it resonates for your particular storyline. You can be emotionally investing in those in need. Okay, King of Wands, it's wonderful to see the pair here. It's wonderful to see the divine counterparts here. Okay, you might encourage and inspire someone more influential or affluent than you. And I see this public couple. It's almost the inverse of what we just read for, which is the toxic. The good thing about the realm that we are inhabiting is if there's going to be a toxic version, there has to be a dharmic version that's balancing the forces out. All right, holler for more. Tables have turned. This lady. Take it if it resonates. You got the Knight of Pentacles, forward moving stability here to partnership agreement, emotional agreement, compatibility. Could be romance or business. You see a bright future. You see the bright light going up brighter in the background. That's my confirmation there. Spirit is with us. Nine of Pentacles, you're seeing, you're feeling, you're tasting, you're embodying the financial freedom and independence. The theme lately has been Spirit got jokes, right? So you prayed for financial freedom and independence. Spirit gave you the freedom first, right? The freedom is that ethereal, intangible, working from the inside out. A lot of people sell their souls for the coin, right? But they lose the freedom and themselves. Spirit got jokes. They're giving you the freedom first, so the inside can be a reflection. So the outside can be a reflection of the inside, and then that's when the coin, that's when the pentacle, that's when the 3D value and worth starts to come via the Nine of Pentacles. Gave you the financial freedom, but the freedom first. Queen of Pentacles, this is you after you get it all. You get the bag. Queen of Pentacles. Okay, you need to watch out for the emotion though, because the emotion is still going to always be that leaky doorway without borders, without barriers, without boundaries. Okay, so you must stay vigilant over the self. It's a garden, okay, including your reactions, your mentality. I'm getting that you must stay vigilant with those that you're even assisting, aiding, welcoming into your energy. Because there can be some snakes in the grass, right? Snakes in the garden. Okay, so you want to be mindful of, because just as this guy came out in living color, this is someone who could be being zapped. Okay, I don't want to speak negatively, but again, they need to replenish here because this 9 just came out in the reverse. It's coming out back in the upright now. So remember to recharge and replenish as well. Holler. Let's see. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Take it if it resonates. See a crossroads decision here. The manifestation is coming in fast, though. This guy's been coming through as the magnetic manifestation, meaning he's being attracted to your super conductor magnet that is the seat, right, within you, the seed. Still a lot of emotions of sadness or distance. This is a choice. In 2024, this is a choice. Remember, you want to focus on the present, what you can control, and what you have. Okay, here and now. This is, focus on what you don't have. Okay, the conflict of emotion. Focus on what you don't have. So you want to be mindful of those choices of what you're focusing on. 2 of Wands, the world is your oyster. Okay, but I don't see that you're necessarily taking action, but you are headed there. 10 of Pentacles, dynasty, legacy. What's my baggages? Fuck it, let's go to the super deck if we can. Take it if it resonates. New beginnings emotionally, oftentimes described also as walking away, doesn't have to have that sad component here. Remember, it's about what you're focusing on. You can be happy as a clam with your 2 pentacles. The pentacles in this format typically represents the priorities, your 2 priorities. I'm getting like left hook, right straight cross. You know what I'm saying? You only need your 1, 2. It's tried and true. It's not broken. Don't try to fix it. All right. So you can be happy as a clam with your bag of tricks. You know what I'm saying? It's not he that masters 10,000 kicks, but he who throws 1 kick 10,000 times. Okay. Speaking of time, I'm telling you this. This might sound, repetitive and redundant, but I'm getting throw time out the window. Time is not a factor. Let's see. We did have the 6 of Cup here. This is soulmate, friendship, Someone's overthinking a connection here. Okay. Wanting to kind of calm the waters within before taking action. Someone also is living in wisdom, meaning they understand that when they're triggered, they're not going to make decisions to cut people out or try to hit back or anything like that. That's what real alchemy is, right? You transmute it. You take what's given to you and you be the emotionally bigger, better person, and you transmute it. And we need people that do that. You know what I'm saying? Or else this world would be on fire. I'll leave it there. 4 swords. If you know, you know. Rest, recover, charge. Okay, backstab, betrayal, something's out of your hands, but you lived through it, because I'm seeing going like 0 to 100, empowered with it. 10 of Swords meets the King of Swords. So through the process of death and betrayal, you came out here this kind of elevated leader. King of Swords in the upright. And now you may have messengers or people that help facilitate what it is that you're doing here. People that are willing to go to bat for you. Okay, and this helps, I think, both parties. Okay, it helps them feel connected to the process of life. Remember, connecting with other souls, with other people, that's what makes it kind of worth it. And it's also someone that you could bounce ideas of, and how to strategize, and how to plan, and how to resource, and how to aggregate more and more connections, building a network here, okay, that could help others. Woo. We are redlining it. How's it going, Tiffany? Are you there? The thing about recording all these videos is I need to upload them. That is the key. That is the key. Key. Kind of want to do a longer format video. Okay. Kind of want to do a longer format video. But I do know the value of like the quick hits, the 1 minute. Especially for the general, it's just so like raw and pure that it's coming out as. So music brokers. That's funny. I do not know what music brokers means. Okay, I think I can upload those. Upload those. What do you want to start with? I'm going to start with Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. What the hell? Take a little respite. down, and you could come down. Let me kick it. Kind of want to do the stories first. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just uploading content I just recorded. Let's see, what do I want to? Let's bring the light over here. Do you want to do all this on the stories, or do you just want to? Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like fast progress.
You want to see if you're. Let's see. This is up here. This is something. Friendship. Connection here. One, two, kind of call. Or each person. Thing that resonates. You begin emotionally. What they call.
here. Nope. Right. Okay, I wanted to do a little bit of a longer format, a little bit more relaxed, take it if it resonates, overview. Your North Star is never going to be confused or in a place of confusion because you know what you want to manifest. Yes, there might be relationships or obligations, goals, tasks, or little steps on that completion that will seem confusing. But again, thematically, the theme has been focus on that North Star, focus on raising that vibration because confusion is a low state of vibration as well. It's a low frequency. So anything that's causing you confusion or this or that, you want to be wary not to continue feeding it. This is the Faith, Trust, God card, the alphanumeric of those words. I wrote at the top, Faith, Trust, God, add up to number 8. Okay, this is a number 8 year. So it's, to me, okay, there's an intelligent design behind the thoughts that you're putting out into the ether, behind the feelings that you're putting out into the ether. That's what the manifestation process is. And that's what we're most powered by. Seeing the reality unfold. Okay, through love, the truth coming to surface to light. Through love. And this Knight of Swords figure has been coming through as that kind of magnetic, that which you're attracting, that which you're pulling. This could be intel, information, resources, reconnaissance, and or just the embodiment of the facilitation process. And I wouldn't even really kind of limit it to, excluding resources, because I do feel as though that this person may bring some coin with him. I could definitely see him having a bag of coin with him too. We've been on this kind of working smarter instead of harder because you've taken the chance and the risk and you really walked down that path. I do feel is changing careers or paths or trying to find easier ways to work and or give your gift to others. That means that you've transitioned from working so concretely in the 3D to maybe more use of technology, putting your flavor and your spin on things. That undoubtedly has created more space in your life. And with that space, ideally, you've been using that to manifest as opposed to self-destruct and or I know there are huge phases in people's lives where they just want to party and drink and fill that void and fill that space. But that's where you kind of get ahead, really. And others might even be saying, like, well, keep on going. How does this person keep on so consistent? We thought that he was going to quit on this years ago, but he's actually doing it. He's actually about it. He's actually making the sacrifices about it. Fit your protagonist hero's journey storyline into the picture how it fits. This is a direct cause of what you've been investing in yourself emotionally. And I see that you're operating at a high level as well. And I do see that people are looking at you emotionally as a Queen of Cups, but just know also what's been coming through that you're no one's doormat, you're no one's, puppet to be twisted or what have you. You are putting up healthy boundaries and barriers. And that might be a part of the process where you're at, is even see them as few and far between. Okay, the Death card is always a personal rebirth, something coming back around, something coming back to life. The Sun card here, very happy 5th house, could be romance as well. Little reminders of protect your heart, Okay, don't be as quick to be giving and loving of yourself to others. Okay. Yes, you want to show yourself that love, but you don't want to be so quick to just give it away to others, or at least not form those modules of expectation that you're going to get that in return. Because a lot of people will just take, and not even mention they're not interested, or they'll just leave you waiting and hoping and fantasizing. Okay, but I'm getting that, you're a real alchemist. You can really shift even that in your favor. Okay. Getting like a lot of incompletes. Incomplete. What's incomplete here? What's incomplete here? I'm hearing dodged bullet. You're able to focus on what you really want to grow and what really matters to you. Again, part of that kind of could be working for yourself, a new enterprise. Three of wands in the reverse. Let's think about this. Yeah, definite compensation is coming through. Definite incoming communication and compensation for services coming through here. luck changing, moving forward, certain fated and destined, so as to illuminate what you're really working with, what you're really dealing with. Okay. I'm also getting a lot of like, if you've been like talking to your twin flame, okay, I'm getting that some people might still be on that journey and are interested in doing that as well. Like actually speaking to them before they before you go to sleep at night, just speaking into the field, speaking into the 5D. Throwing time out. Then activities that can help you lose track of time. This mode of waiting, right? We're in the mode of embodying from the inside out. Okay. Learning from past mistakes, ruminating, thinking about what you can get out of certain exchanges so that you don't feel like you're being left with nothing. Okay. It's a happy medium here. Happy median, I think it is called. Freudian slip. Okay. Going from the Queen of Swords out of sorts, not having their wits, to finding out how I can benefit and prosper from this exchange, whatever it may be. Holler for more. 10-minute mark. I gotta go. Peace. Let's see. So that's on the Instagram. Let's try to upload all this stuff. Aries,
Taurus, you have the Queen of Pentacles here. Being able to give up.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's it going, Egyptian Famous?
Aries, you have an inner. Aries, you have an inner hill.
How's it going? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Like the video if you would like question answered. I'm just uploading content that I just recorded, so look out for that. It's already posted on the Instagram at Run and Gun Tarot on the story or as a reel. Check out my page at Run and Gun Tarot. Nine of Pentacles in the reverse coming out for someone. Typically that refers to financial standing, if you're not where you want to be financially. Pentacles represent the finances, the resources, the money. That could also be someone coming out of being single as well, on a lighter note. Okay, someone coming out of being single. But if it is financial, someone not as financially free or independent. Again, remember the theme for 2024 is from the inside out, right? You're going to want to embody the energies of being financially free and independent. Okay. And typically how you do that is you identify the worth and the value that you have to share, that you have to give, that you could provide. It doesn't have to be big. Doesn't have to be anything specific. It's about bringing some sort of worth or value to the table. And also knowing your own intrinsic worth and value just in being. Okay. And when you start moving with that momentum throughout your day, then now you're cooking, now you're cooking with gas. Let's see, what have we got uploaded in here? So I think I'm on the 5th one. TikTok is so silly to upload to, because like there's like this little period of waiting to see what you just uploaded, and sometimes it makes you forget what you're uploading. So I think I'm on 6 right now. I did a bunch of mini 1-minute videos just now, so I'm just uploading them. And the videos, because they go faster, they upload faster. What is going to happen on V-Day for you? Let me see. I trust you liked the video. Did you like the video? So I can answer. I do see a wish fulfillment here. Star card in the upright. Whatever it is that you might be wanting for yourself on Valentine's Day. I do see that coming through. Okay. Star card in the upright is that wish fulfillment energy. So good vibes, good energy. If you like more in depth, I do $20 readings today. Or if you just want a question, $10. $10. I think I'm on the 7 right now. The 7. Do you have plans? 29th, babe. You guys get my. You crazy. Aaron. Um, if you could subscribe and like the video, I could answer your question. Let me know when you've liked and subscribed the video. Honestly, I was getting a no for that question intuitively. I don't think it's good when you're mixing emotion and um, finances. Okay. If your expectation is, well, also, I mean, me with my personal history of Taurus, I don't think that that's a good investment partner because as soon as they close the door on you, then you're screwed. So I do see the financial compensation. I do feel as though that, yes, you might be able to make money, but it's not going to move in the direction of a relationship or anything like that. Overall, I would say no, but that's just my expert advice. If you would like more like in-depth reading, I'm doing $20 readings, or if you have any other follow-up questions, I'm doing um, $5 questions. They were at 10, but I think I'm gonna knock it down to $5. I'll just make the readings $20. She got that little piece of chorizo. Welcome. I gotta check my uploads.
Okay, 1 and 6.
Why she had to go, I don't know. Okay, so we did Instagram, we did TikTok, now we're gonna upload to the YouTube. Thanks for hanging out. Just chilling, kicking it up, and uploading content. What the hell? It's funny. Translation, please. I need translation for the videos. That's a budget. Oh man, last night I was in a silly mood. Last night I was watching wrestling. It was at the end of my day. I just got done doing a run, ran 4 miles, and then I came back and I was watching wrestling. I like to watch WWF. And man, I was in a silly mood. I was a silly boy. I forgot what I was saying yesterday, but I had myself cracking up. A silly, silly man. Okay, I'm gonna upload these TikToks and you don't stop. Or these videos, I should say. Is it man on the floor? If he ain't, let me know. Is it man on the floor? If he ain't, let me know. Think you can run it. Think you can run it. Getting a lot of traction with the short videos that I upload. Instagram, they're called Reels. On TikToks, they're called TikToks. On YouTube, they're called YouTube Shorts. aka Whitey Shorts. Welcome, welcome, welcome to whoever just popped in. You got to get in a good rhythm when you're uploading. The rhythm. Excuse me. I do not like that Taurus. Boy, I tell you what. Get back. Is it man on the floor? If he ain't, I don't know. I mean, it's probably all the other tourists that is giving him a bad rap, but giving him a bad name. But I swear to God, anytime I hear anything, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, Divinity. Divinity just left when I was talking. Gotta get in the rhythm when you're uploading. Gotta get in the rhythm when you uploading the videos. It's a man on the floor. If he ain't, I don't know. So I should have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. 10 little reels. So what else? I think that's it.
Sorry, I'm just reading the comments, so that's why I look like I'm being zoned out in the comments. So, black seed oil? Okay, where do I get? Claire, thank you so much.
Yeah. Niggas in the struggle make it. Yeah. Niggas in the struggle make it. Yeah. 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 Got it straight to the stick. Mix it up quick. Nigga, you don't wanna be a bitch. Hurry up and get that whole whip. Make the whole whip. Turn it to a bowl of miracle whip. Put some pepper spray in the shit. Hurry up and mix the bitch till it's mixed, bitch. Yeah, you know you gotta put the cane in it. Ever put that cane in it. Yeah, put another mix in it. Put some ice in it. Put that bitch in it. Yeah. Aluminum foil is crazy. But fuck it. Sell it to a baby.
Of course, I'm leaving.
Oh my god. Welcome. How's it going? Just kicking and chilling and feeling it, living and loving it, doing all the above shit.
And she, I guess you could say, she's like psychic, but she used to tell me all the time that like I was intuitive, and I'm like, yeah, listen, I don't believe in all that shit, but years later, she was actually right, and I didn't even, I didn't even pay attention to it, but I definitely think that there are spirits, or there are some type of demonic things that do exist, or that do live when I guess when things can just arise out of nowhere, or maybe something can bring it on. But I can tell you one thing right now. I still talk about the story, and it still scares the shit out of me. So, but thank God I moved out of there. Actually, what made me move out of there was Hurricane Sandy. So I'm kind of glad that they say things happen for a reason. That's a good reason to leave, And that's about it.
I had to leave, so I didn't get to hear your story. I'm sorry about that. I had to take care of my youngest. But I'm sure everybody who was listening absolutely enjoyed your story. Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely.
We're going to disconnect you so we can get some more people up here. You can still instead watch the live if you'd like to. But have a good day. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too now.
Bad feeling about this guy.
Well, you never know. Mute yourself, live. Thank you. All right, Manny, it is finally your turn. How old are you?
I'm 29.
All right, and what was your story, hon?
Alright, so I actually wrote a Reddit story about.
Left.
You can't do Reddit and TikTok at the same time, so because if you go over to TikTok, it pauses you here. I'm sorry, Manny.
Off the top of my head, then. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so can you guys hear me first?
Yeah.
I can.
So it was probably 2009. I had just been adopted by my grandmother from living with my mom, and I had slept in this room. We lived in a 3-story house, and we slept all the way on the top floor in my room with my 2 cousins. And there was this one specific night, for some reason, they slept in the frame of the door with the door open on the ground, both of them, and there was just this little blue nightlight that lit up the hall. And I slept on the bed, so there was 2 beds in the room. There was one by the window, and then there was one on the right side, kind of making an L shape with the beds. And I was the one that wasn't beside the window. And I don't remember, but in the middle of the night, I had woken up. I'm probably 8 years old at this time. I had woken up randomly and sat up on the bed, and I looked in the door frame, and then there's this tall, 10-foot figure man, dressed in a black trench coat with a sharp rounded hat on, and I'm just staring in disbelief. But the whole time, to this day, I knew I wasn't asleep. I was completely awake, and I've told this story to multiple people, and they think that it might have been sleep paralysis, but I know for a fact I was awake, and I'm just staring at this man I can't look away. And I every time I would take 5 blinks, he would glitch closer from the doorway to me, and
after he glitched closer, again, I just closed my eyes and remember running out into the hall, and I ran into my cousin's room, and I woke her up out of her sleep. She was my oldest cousin. She was like 7, and I was waking her up. She was half asleep. I was like, there's man in the room, and knowing how people are when they're half asleep, she was like, there's nobody. Go back and go lay with your cousins. I literally sat in her room for felt like an eternity. I'd probably say like 15 minutes though, because I was scared. And when I finally went back in there, he was completely gone. And so after that, the next day, because my grandma, she's this huge spiritual lady, and she's also a pastor, and I told her the story, and she had all these people come over and cleanse the house. And I remember just as I got older, I started doing research, like searching stuff up, like black figure, trench coat, sharp hat. When I literally searched up and I found out that they called this man the Hat Man, like my entire heart sunk completely. Like my eyes watered, because like it was so traumatizing that like a lot of other people have seen this man too. And I don't know, I didn't necessarily feel evil. It was just like his presence did feel a little bit evil, but he didn't like try to like hurt me or anything. It was just, I don't know, it was kind of a little presence of evil, but I'm still confused, like, why he was there. And, like, most people would see these kind of things in sleep paralysis, but I know for a fact I was completely awake when I seen him. And that's the part that scares me the most, because I feel like some days, like, what if he comes back? And I still want to know why this man came to see me. It wasn't because I had a rough childhood as a kid, because that's what I've heard that he shows up specifically for, or just many other different things. But yeah, that's basically my whole story.
That's,
Kind of creepy, actually.
yeah.
Interesting.
Minnie, if you want to be a mod, I need you to say hello so I can find your name again.
Hello.
No, sorry, Manny, not you. Minnie, my sister. I apologize.
I'm gonna drop you, Manny, so I can get some other people up. I hope you have a good day, and you can stay on the stream if you'd like to.
Well, if you don't wanna, then I guess you don't get to become a moderator.
I'm gonna try to get my mod partner up here. Johnny Love, what is your story you wish to tell? Check.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes. Age.
How's everyone doing?
We're doing good. I need your age.
I am 34.
Awesome. So, what's your story?
So this goes back to when I was a teenager. In 2006, I had a friend who I would always hang out with, and one day he comes over with a box, and his uncle had went to New Orleans, and he got him a souvenir. And my friend had shown it to me, and inside the box, it was a plexiglass box so people could see it, was a petrified chicken's foot, along with some locks of hair, as well as some kind of mineral type thing. It might have been dirt, might have been something, I'm not sure. And ultimately, I feel like something was wrong with the hair in the box. So didn't think of anything of it. He asked me if I wanted to hold it. I said no. And lo and behold, later on that day, it was sitting on the coffee table. We had went upstairs to eat dinner, and one of my animals had knocked it off the table and opened the box. We didn't think of it at the time. And then about a week later, strange things started happening in my house. There would be random noises, like jiggling of doorknobs. Lights would flicker on and off periodically. And then I started to, at the corner of my eye, started to see shadow vision, like shadow figures. Me being a teenager thought it was nothing of it, thought I'm being paranoid, until my parents had moved and I had to go with them. When I was helping them move, the first day my dad brought boxes in, we used to have a clothing hanger that we would hold 50 to 100 pounds of clothing on it at all times. That's where winter jackets were, and it always held very sturdy. It didn't fall off the walls as more as something with so much force pulled the rack as far down as it possibly could by bending it. And that was very shocking. Further on, I became very angry. I became very irritated by even stepping in the house to even continue packing, because we had already moved. We were already living in the new place, so we were trying to get out of the house while living at the new one. Until I went into the master bedroom to the walk-in closet, and I had seen a dark figure standing straight at me, more than 3 feet away. It had no eyes. It had a silhouette of what seemed to be a woman, long hair, but you could feel the tension of it wanted to do ill will. I immediately dropped everything out of my hands, ran out, and refused to go back in the house. And that's when the affliction took its toll. I thought it was gone, but unfortunately attached after that point, after the affliction. It lied dormant for a year, and then we moved again because the rental we had, the owners wanted to live back there again. And then in 2009, something had went
Usually
wrong.
don't be careful because he stopped the lies again.
To where
Not you. I was about my mom.
it started to what my, and this is many years later from 2009 that I did not know of this. My girlfriend, who is now my wife at the time, she would stay nights over, but I would wake up in a deep sleep, completely sleepwalking, and I would pace through the house, turning every single light on, and I would pace through the house mumbling something, just over and over and over again. And when she would look at me, she said that my eyes were completely different. They were not my eyes. I would lose sleep. I would sleepwalk. I would scream in my sleep with such anger. And one night when my father had got my not only that though, my family started becoming sick in the house. My mother contracted a neurological disease. My father contracted cancer. My brother is now suffering from kidney disease. And my sister is suffering from a fertility issue. All of that in the time of the time that I lived in the newest house until I live in my new house now. And I still am attached to this. And it no longer seems to have a hold on me as much. I do see it from time to time. But in the past 2 years, I've actually had a lot of misfortune of losing jobs randomly. I've had a car fall on me when it shouldn't have. And I still find myself losing sleep because I can still feel it. And that's my story.
So sounds like to me you got a hold of the Dybbuk box.
It's possible. Yeah, it did not like the fact that I was leaving that house. And for some reason, it found enjoyment in making others suffer while making me watch.
So what a Dybbuk box is a binding box. What it does is it takes an evil entity of like a poltergeist or some even believe demons, and they seal it inside that box so that way it can't do anything. And breaking open a Dybbuk box allows that demon or poltergeist or whatever it is to be free and take over your house.
That makes a lot of sense, and I forgot to add one thing to my story. My son, who was 4 years old at the time, his room was always very cold. But when he would sleep, he would wake up screaming like someone hurt him. And eventually we started finding mystery bruises on various parts of his body. His legs, his arms, the back of his neck. To even one of them looking like a bite mark.
Yeah, that sounds like a thing from a Dybbuk box.
When we moved from that house, I had to pick up mail from the mailbox. My son started breaking down crying. He says, "No, please don't go back. Don't go back." He said, there's a mean boy in that house.
Yeah. I'm sorry that happened to you.
I took precautions and sought out help. Even the fact of having a paranormal
Did
team
you
go
call
in there
the
to try and
Ghostbusters?
snuff things out, but it was quiet. And I told them that it enjoys this. It enjoys making fun of it. But since then, I have sought out different help to trying to keep it at bay, more or less. And it seems to be helping.
That's good.
Yes.
And I also wanted to tell you, I am so sorry for over talking to you just a little bit ago. I was getting onto my moderators because they keep, leaving the live to do other things, and they keep getting kicked because of it. So I was telling them to stop doing that so they quit being kicked. Because next time they get kicked, they're not getting back.
Understood.
We got it figured out, Nikki. Don't worry about it.
All right. Thank you for sharing your story, Johnny.
Thank you.
Smokey, you're up next. And again, age check, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Can we get an age check,
Me,
please?
I just turned 24.
Awesome. What's your scary, spooky story?
Okay, so this one lives, sometimes I think about it. Actually, I think about it a lot. Okay, so let me explain. Me and my family, when I was younger, moved into this house. It was a really, really old house. They had those type of windows where you move the thing and then you push it up. It had no screen. You couldn't even put a screen on it. It was just a very old house. And the way our rooms were set up were really interesting. You would go up the stairs, and my room was at the top of the stairs. It was like a loft, and because it had no door. And then you would walk through my room and you'd go into my brother and my sister's room. And they split that room in half. Half was my sister's, half was my brother's. And then you'd walk through their room, and there was, at the end of all of those rooms, was my parents' room, which when we first moved in there, my parents slept in that room once and then never slept in that room again, which I thought was kind of weird, but I thought maybe, oh, they want to be closer to the kitchen because my new baby brother needed like his formula. They didn't want to have to keep going down the stairs, possibly waking up the kids. I get that. So kind of connecting the dots there, thinking that that's the reason why, until the incident happened. So one night I was laying in my bed and I woke up out of dead sleep at like 3 a.m., like close to 3 a.m., maybe 4. And the moon is like shining in through this skylight skylight like window I had in my room. And I was like, oh damn, it's dark. Why is it so dark? And something was telling me, like, it was weird. Like, I got up and I started walking to my parents' room, which, mind you, they're not sleeping in there. It became a storage room where we would just throw shit in there. And I like walked into this room and I turned on the lights, and everything was lit up in the room except for the corner of the room. There was a tall black figure standing in the corner of the room. And like, it made no sense why that area wasn't getting any light, because it was like right next to the light bulb. So it couldn't have been like, you know, shadow from the wall or anything. It was definitely something was standing there. And then I turned to the wall that was like, you walk through the door, and like I turned to the wall that's like a part of the wall of the door, if that makes sense. And there was like, it looked like blood, like smeared on the wall with like handprints and stuff. And it freaked me out. I was so freaked out. I ran to my brother, who, mind you, is littler than me. But I ran to him and I woke him up and I said, hey, Jimmy, get up. I need to show you something. Because I could not believe what I was seeing. So I take him to the room. The black figure is gone, and the blood on the wall is gone. And I was like, I swear there was something there. And he was like, well, it's not here now, whatever it was. And I'm like, well, I wish you would have saw it, because I definitely saw something, okay? I ended up sleeping in my brother's bed. But when I was sleeping, I thought it was a dream. Like, in a weird way. I was like, oh, I'm just going to wake up and be in my bed. I'm not going to be sleeping in my brother's bed. I'm going to be, like, sleeping in my bed, and it's all just going to be some sick, twisted dream that I had. Nope, it was real. I definitely got up out of bed, woke up in my brother's bed, and was freaked out ever since. Nobody ever went in that room, and I told my mom what happened, and then she told me that the first night her and my dad and my baby brother slept in that room, something pulled her foot. And after that one night when something pulled her foot, she was like, I bet I'm out. We're going to go sleep in the living room. And we kind of like did like research of the house, and I guess somebody did like die in the house. It was like a murder-suicide situation. Which kind of shocked me. It was like a husband came home to his wife cheating on him, and he shot his wife's lover, shot her, and then hung himself in that bedroom. So, there's my story. Freaks me out still to this day, and we do not live in that house, but it still is up, and I'm not sure who lives in it now. But I do drive by it sometimes, and I'm like, ooh, creepy.
Yeah, that is definitely creepy. Yeah, thank you for sharing your story, Smokey.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for letting me share it.
You're very welcome. I'm gonna have to ask you to step down so we can, do the cycle. You know how it goes.
Yeah, no worries at all.
All right. Have a good day, Smokey.
There's
You too.
10 new guest requests. All right.
Yes.
So much.
Right.
Another moment where we were all caught up.
We are trying to keep it going. We are sorry if it's not going fast enough. I hate the fact that we're only allowed 6 guests.
I swear, I've been on stream for they have 8.
I'm only allowed 6.
No, I know what they do.
What do they do?
But
Certain grid setting.
I don't have that.
What else?
I don't know how to do that in another way. Life, it is your turn. Can I get your age?
Yes, over 18.
All right.
So my supernatural entity encounter, honestly, I can think of just a couple times where I don't know if it was real or vision or just almost the sky was opened up and basically I saw the light. I'm not going to say I saw Christ or God, but I saw the light. And, you know, Christ dwells in unapproachable light. And anytime I read the word, the Bible is a supernatural entity. So anytime that's opened up or read, it's living and active. And it's hard to comprehend if you don't believe in the supernatural power of the cross and Christ. But the Bible is living. And so it's sharper than any double-edged sword. So anytime you read it, that supernatural power is rising up, and it always comes back.
Hey, life. I appreciate the want to spread the word about this, and I personally would sit down and listen to this, but a lot of the people in this chat are more interested in the paranormal aspect instead of the religious aspect, and I understand the connection between those two, but a lot of people don't like that. They don't like to hear about that, so we have to keep it like this way, or else there's going to be a riot.
Yeah, I'll keep it. I'll make one point to connect it so you can see where it's not religion, but it's relationship, and so that means it's living.
Like so, we are trying to keep this completely non-religious, completely non.
Yeah. I'm not having any religion involved in it.
All right.
Yeah, I'll step down.
Tread lightly if you'd like, or if you'd like to step down, that is fine.
I just want to say the thing that makes it paranormal is it's real paranormal. It's a living BIM, you know. But thank you guys. I appreciate you for bringing me up.
Of course. You have a wonderful day.
You as well.
Look, okay, guys, we're not trying to be rude. I can see a bunch of you guys are saying that Jesus is life and whatnot. Look, we appreciate different religions. I have friends who are Christian, but, like, come on, I don't know how to say this without sounding rude, even though I'm not. Yeah, there's a lot of different faiths here. There's a lot of different religions in this group, and I can't have one speaking about one religion and not let others move their religions. So we're gonna move on to Mary, and you want to go first,
Hello?
Yeah, you're here. What's your age?
We can hear you, but it's a tad bit hard to hear you. Maybe try.
I'm doing a reading for someone right now on my laptop, but
This is better.
let me know if you need my services.
All right. Sorry. Hi. I'm Mariella. I'm 28
Just listening to
years
ghost
old.
stories.
And do I begin?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I used to say like, oh yeah, there's ghosts and there's things like this paranormal, right? But I never thought it would. You never think it actually will happen to you. And I mean, I've lived here in Florida like all my life, and I believe it was a few years ago when I was 22, I decided to take a trip to Mexico. So my mom's, all the territory there in Mexico where, you know, we live is like really old territory. So there's a lot of ghost stories that people tell. So my mom's house is old. And when I got there, I started experiencing things that were out of the normal, like people calling my name like at 2 in the morning, 1 in the morning, or people turning on the radio while I was sleeping and all you could hear is static. So it started out little bit like that. And you can then feel someone just looking at you through the window. Like little things would happen. And in the back of your mind, you're just thinking to yourself, oh, it's probably the wind. It's probably this. Like you try to make explanations for yourself. And it got more and more to the point where I told my mom about it, and she told me that house there, they've always done that. I'm not the first person. So that kind of made me feel like, okay, so maybe I'm not crazy. Now, the most supernatural entity I have felt or seen is one time when I was just laying in my mom's bedroom and I look at the wall and you can just see, it's like a shadow, it's like a man, but just his shadow just standing there. And at first I was like trying to look through the window, like maybe somebody's shadow or something's coming through. But no, it was like a full-blown man just standing there. And I'm not gonna lie, I still get scared right now because I got so scared. I just ran out of there. I didn't even want to look through the windows or nothing. That was like really, really scary for me. And I was able to, once I left that house, I didn't go back there. I came back here to Florida, and a year ago, I got pregnant, and I started noticing, like, towards halfway through my pregnancy, the same thing kept happening in this new house I moved into. And they were knocking cans over. My dogs kept barking at the wall. And once my baby was born, I remember I was up, giving him food at night. I could see like the lights would start switching on and off. And I just kept thinking, this can't be happening again. This can't be happening again. Until it got to the point where I was in the bathroom one time and I was just minding my business with the door open. And next thing you know, I felt like somebody was just staring at me. I looked to the side and I could see through the door like someone just peeking their head, like a shadow, like a black shadow just peeking its head looking at me. And oh my God, that scares me so much. And I ran to my husband, but nobody believes me. So I'm kind of wondering why is it following me from there? What's happening? Or I don't even know how to explain it. Like sometimes a lot of people in my house can hear stuff, like people knocking on the window at night, and it just makes me feel good that other people experience this and it's not just me. But I don't know, I feel like something followed me from over there. That's my story. It was from there.
Just to let you know, sometimes even though it's supernatural, it doesn't mean you're crazy, love. Never think you are crazy if you experience the supernatural. It happens. Now, yes, you will have those people that don't believe you, but that doesn't make you crazy. I mean, as you can see, there's plenty of people who will believe you. You just gotta find the right people.
Yeah, because when I told my husband, he's always like, oh no, it was just, it was this, it was nothing. But I'm like, I know what I saw. Like, I even asked our landlord, is there like electricity problems with the house or something? Because it's not normal for the lights to be just flickering on and off in my room. But it's good I found this place, and thank you guys for letting me share my story.
You're very welcome. Thank you for sharing, and I'm pretty sure all of the people that was listening was appreciating your story as well. Everybody loves a good scary story.
Hell yeah.
Alright, thanks guys. I'm logging off from so someone else can go.
Scary stories are the best.
Alright, so I'm not trying to be rude and spit nasty, but Cam and Christian has talked up like 6 times, and for some reason they keep getting like kicked off by their phone. So I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm gonna have to jump up to Cam and Christian, and then we'll go right back down to you, spit nasty. Cam and Christian, you can go. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, and your story is?
Okay, so me and my friend, like where I live near Cape May County, so there's a lot of haunted hotels because Cape May is very old. We were in Congress Hall, and like that place is really haunted from all the because it burned down a lot of times, and like a lot of people have passed away in that hotel. So me and my friend decided to play with a Ouija board in that hotel. And that really wasn't the smartest idea because,
You think?
maybe 20 minutes after that, her mom has, an office and it's all glass. You could see through the hotel, hallways and stuff. And, we were just chilling, talking, and then next thing you know, we heard, banging on the glass. It sounded like this for, a good 30 seconds straight when, nothing was there. And then, that was the only experience we had in that hotel. And then when I came home a few days later, I was just chilling in my room. I got done work, and the whole room got heavy and cold. And my family's really connected to spiritual stuff like that. So I immediately knew something evil was in there. And a year prior to that, I went to the hospital for mental health. And I had this bracelet from there that I just kept and had my name on it and stuff. And I couldn't find that for a whole year. And I don't know what happened, but I saw this tall shadow man in my room. And at some point it took over me, but not all the way to where I was still in my body. I knew it was happening, but it was half and half. And it happened for a good 5 minutes, and then it left. But the energy was it was still in my room, and it was telling me awful things about mental health, if you get what I'm trying to say. And I took a shower, and I was washing my hair, just trying to get out, because I kept hearing this deep, gravelly voice talking to me, telling me to do things to myself and stuff like that. And then out of nowhere, it disappeared, and there was a light energy, and I felt hands in my hair literally helping me wash my hair out, wash the soap out of my hair. And when I came out from the shower, my bracelet was sitting right in the doorway. And months and months after that, something was attached to me. Everywhere I would go, something was always watching me, no matter where I was, what I was doing. Yeah, that's pretty much my story. It kind of went away now. It's not as strong anymore, but it's still there.
Wow. I'm sorry about that. That would scare me too, especially if I was taking a shower. See, that's why I don't like closing my eyes while taking a shower. That reason right there, because that's some creepy shit.
I just be waiting for that ghost to show up so I can give it the 1-2 Mike Tyson special.
Yeah, and sorry, every time I was in the shower, something is always watching me, and I have this I always pick up on it. It's a 75-year-old man. And every time in the shower, he just is watching me.
He's a peeping Tom. Get him.
Okay, thank you. That's so long for you to share your story, Cam and Christian. But thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah.
I don't know what TikTok is doing this. They're kicking people left or right. I don't even understand what's going on. I had a person come up here 6 times, and it just kept kicking him. And I was like, dude, I swear I'm not doing it. TikTok is doing it. I swear. But thank you for sharing your story.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna have you get down now so we can invite somebody else up in here. And,
yeah, that's fine.
Sir. Beep, sir. All right. I don't know who's been here on this. All right. Spit Nasty, it is your turn. Can I get an age, please?
I'm 18.
Okay, and your story?
Wait, can y'all hear me good and everything?
Absolutely.
Okay, this is my first time ever, like, talking on, like, a TikTok live, so I'm a little bit nervous. So, don't mind me. But my story happened, like, in 2019. Oh, sorry. Hello?
Hi, this is Serenity. I didn't mean to be.
Okay. But
Serenity, kind, you're going to have to wait your turn to talk. She was in the middle of a story. I understand that you wanted to introduce yourself. That's fine. But she was literally in the middle of a story. All right.
So
I'm sorry.
This is a fellow Southern sister. Hell, yes. But this happened in like 2019, 2020. Me and my family, we went to Georgia. And it was me, my mom, my two brothers, and my dog. And I wasn't doing very well, like, at all. And so my dog kind of, like, picked up on it, you know? And he was, like, being all nice and friendly with me and, like, side by side being my dog. And we went to this antique shop. And it was huge, like, a big, old Southern house, huge. And it wasn't, like, we couldn't bring the dog in, so we were kind of rushing through it. And I saw this mirror, and it was a Mercury mirror. I didn't know anything about anything at the time. But basically, way back when, witches would use, like, Mercury mirrors as divination tools. And it was so old, and I knew what it was. I just didn't know exactly what it was used for. And the mirror was probably, like, maybe 7 inches long and then, like, 5 inches wide. So it wasn't huge, but it was pretty big. And so I got it. It was like $4, and I was like, holy shit, this is so cool. So I got it. I go in the car. I'm trying to scare my little brother, right? I was like, this is used to summon demons, and if you look into it and say blah, 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 you will summon a demon. And so everybody's like, stop, you're scaring them. And so I get home. I hang the mirror right above my head, like right where my bed is. And if you look into the mirror, you can almost see my entire room, right? And that's how these mirrors were, like, used back in time. I don't really know exactly how they were used, but it was something like that. I think they're called scrying mirrors, maybe. But I started getting, like, dreams and stuff. And the first one, I couldn't remember. So I used to, like, read with a little light on my book before I went to sleep. I don't know why I didn't just, like, use my lamp, but I had this little tiny light. And so I'm reading, I close the book, I put the light aside, I fall asleep. And my room is, like, completely dark when I sleep. But there's, like, a little tiny crack under my door. And so my room is closed. And it's like there's a light going back and forth under my door, like someone has a flashlight that's going back and forth. And then the mirror starts, like, shooting out black smoke. And I have the light in my hand in the dream. And I'm turning it, like, off and on. I do it, like, 4 times. And then all of a sudden, the light stops working. And I hear, like, look at me. Or something, like, super weird. Like, I don't even remember, but it was, like, growling, Yeah, black smoke. It was like black smoke coming out of the mirror, and I was so scared. But I woke up and I was like, oh, probably nothing, just a weird dream. And I kept having, like, more and more dreams, and they started getting, like, super personal, but it didn't start that way. It started just like, everyday occurrences that everybody has, but it started getting more and more personal. I started getting more and more scared because it started getting like super, super like graphic and weird and violent. And like my room was getting cold and I was doing like all the haunted symptoms, And my final straw was the mirror started like rocking on my wall when I was trying to sleep. It was hanging on a nail, and it just started rocking back and forth. And so I'm like, hell no. And so, if you couldn't tell, I'm from the South, the Appalachia. And so, I take it out to my woods. I get a rock. I break it. And on the back of the mirror, there was like wood, like holding it, because there was like a weird little frame. And on the back, there was like literally a sigil and then like salt and all this stuff. And I get so scared in the woods. Like my heart starts pounding. My hands are sweaty. And so I'm running out of the woods, which I never do. You know what I mean? And so I start running out of the woods and it was literally just like the scariest thing. But that's my story.
Yeah, sounds like to me. I did have a question though. Did you have the mirror pointed towards your bed?
It was like in the middle, probably like 2 feet above my bed. So you could see the end of my bed, like my feet and stuff. But it was towards my bed, yeah.
The thing is, when it comes to mirrors, you don't have them pointed to each other, and you don't have them pointed to where you're sleeping, because if you do, it'll.
Yeah.
Mirrors are portals. All mirrors.
Yeah,
doesn't matter what.
So scary, especially after that. I started getting so scared of mirrors.
You want to know something funny about mirrors, though?
Yes.
You will, no matter how new you buy a mirror, it's always used.
True. And I think like that because I was like super into horror movies at the time, and I was just like so scared all the time, especially in my room. It was like awful. But anyways, thanks for letting me tell my story.
You're very welcome, Spindusty. Have a good day.
You too, baby.
All right, Cora, I need an age, hon.
Hello, I'm Hello. I guess I want to tell a story from when I was serving in the military. I don't know how people are going to take it, though, because it does have some pretty, I guess, dark elements to it.
Leave out the living gore.
Okay, I'll try my best to leave it out. So, when I was in the Army, I served from 2006 to 2008, and I was an MP in the Army, and I was assigned to the 101st Airborne 3rd Brigade Combat Team, or what is known as the Rockasons. And I remember in May of 2007, I came home from JRTC, which is Joint Readiness Training, in Fort Polk, Louisiana, and we came back to Fort Campbell. And I remember that when I came back, there was this news report about a patrol that was attacked, and some of the soldiers, I guess 4 were killed, an interpreter was killed, 3 were captured, and 1 was found right away, and the other 2 were still MIA when I was home. Anyways, one night I went to bed and I could have swore that one of the soldiers walked into my room and it was like, hey, Private, don't go to war because it's not good for you. And I just remember looking at him like, I'm supposed to deploy. When am I supposed to do that? I can't back out of it because it's, I'm being told to do this. And he said, well, war just won't be good for you. So he does a 360 turnaround or about face and just walks back out my door again. I thought I was dreaming it because, like I said before, he was in the news. It just made no sense why this random soldier would just come into my room out of all, soldiers that he would come visit. Anyways, it was a little while after this that I found out that my brigade was the replacement for his in Iraq. So my brigade, the 3rd Brigade, Rockasons, 101st Airborne Division, was replaced in the 2nd BCT, 10th Mountain Division, or Polar Bears overseas. And because of this, I ended up being one of the MPs that was assigned to guard some of the detainees that were suspected of that attack. And I ended up witnessing some things that I don't really want to talk about because you guys said don't say any gore. But it just like, it just seems like weird. Even if it was a dream, like why would this guy come to me, even in a dream? It just made no sense then finding out that I was one of the ones that's going to be guarding those people.
Sorry, I was trying to get my kid to get away from my phone.
It's okay.
That was thank you for the story. And thank you for your service.
Yeah, I couldn't go into much detail because I said not to put any gory stuff because there is a lot of stuff I learned about that from being there, but I can't really talk about it because I was told not to.
Well, it's not that it's TikTok doesn't allow it. If you do that, you can get bananaed, and nobody wants to get bananaed from lines. That's no fun. So we're just trying to look out for you. That's all.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story, Cora.
Yeah. Thank you for listening. How do I get off of here? Huh?
I got it.
I want to go to be kind. Don't be rude. No religious debates. No debating at all. No politics, and just overall general TikTok rules.
It's literally comes down to this. Don't be rude. Don't be rude, and no politics. That's literally the only two rules that should encompass that whole thing. Everybody's here to have fun, guys. We're here to listen to scary, spooky stories. Some, and it's not any fun when you're sitting there having people arguing in the comments. It really isn't. Sabi?
Yeah, I believe I'm next. I'm not sure.
Yes, you are. I was just making sure I said your name right because the cursive is like really tiny for me for some reason.
Sorry.
What's your age, Sabi?
I'm 25.
You're 25? All right. And what is your story?
It's gonna be short. So I have a couple, but I'm just gonna go with the short one. I just remember I was at my ex's house, and his mom had like a really big house, and I remember I thought I saw his sister like go downstairs, but it wasn't her. And then I went to go look, and like I saw her actually come down the stairs, and I was like, I told my boyfriend, and I'm like, hey, I think I just saw a shadow like come down the stairs, and like I've experienced that before, I guess. So a week later, I guess like she was listening to music and her TV turned on and then it went to static. But yeah, that's what I remember. I just wanted to put that out there.
If you're bothered by my kids, I'm sorry. My kids are playing. That's the screaming you're hearing. Is my oldest is making funny faces at my youngest, and it's causing my youngest to scream. Because my kid doesn't know how to play. Thank you for your story, Sabi. I greatly appreciate it.
Hello?
And we hear you, Kashmir, but wait, sorry. No, you're good, Kashmir. I was just letting you know we do hear you. We're just taking turns. Next is Serenity's turn, and then it'll be Jinx's turn, and then it'll be your turn, Kashmir.
Thank you.
All right, Serenity. It is your turn, hon. Serenity. What about your mic?
Jake, I think I messed up.
Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog
Sorry.
Get you him.
I've just been adding people from the bottom up because
You hear
that's
me?
how it usually is.
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you.
Sorry.
Good job, man.
Not Jacob him. I thought you him, but no thanks.
I swear, I'm gonna find him in
This is why we're friends, Pam. This is why we're friends. This is
randomly,
why
whenever
you're not
there's a
allowed
box
to talk
open,
to
I'm
my
gonna
friend,
invite
Pam.
I didn't realize my mistake until he's up there's like, oh fuck, he's gonna troll us.
It's the
Okay.
All right.
Who's next first?
I didn't want to talk over anything else.
Can we
Yeah,
get
you're
an
fine.
age check, sir?
What's your age?
Oh, my age, it's 28. I'm 28.
Okay. And your story?
Okay, real quick, I just wanted to say I apologize for earlier when it told me to join the live and the thing went on. I thought it was my turn. I didn't mean to speak over her, so I apologize. So I'm going to go into my story right now. So my family, a lot of them are from overseas, specifically Jamaica. And when we were growing up, they used to tell us stories about this woman in Jamaica, and they called her the Witch of Rose Hall. And long story short, it was this slave house that was not destroyed when all the other ones were, and it was so popular that I think, like, I don't remember, Johnny Cash or something. Johnny Cash, like, he wrote a song about it when he stayed, and a lot of people say that when they stayed in this house, like, a lot of supernatural stuff would happen to them, and that there are always cats running around the property. So long story short, we go on vacation one year and we land in Montego Bay, and that's where her house is. And the island, the resort everything is beautiful, but like the one thing that I noticed whenever I went to Jamaica, I have never been anywhere where I have seen so many cats like on the resort. And the resort was super clean. It was just weird. There were so many cats, and come to find out that her house was actually like up the hill from the hotel, and she owned 60,000 acres. So all of that was her property. So besides the cats, there were other weird things. Like there would be times when I would be walking in certain areas of the resort and I would see shadows. But what really freaked me out is when I went to her house, because people can go actually see it. People would take pictures of the house and, you know, you would say they would see ghosts. At this time, I had a digital camera and I took a picture close to the house, but not in the house, because it was really scary going there. And if you look her information up, you'll see. But long story short, when I took the picture, it was a figure standing there, and it was instead of there being fog on the outside, like imagine someone standing in a picture, but you just see a lining of the person, and then the whole outside of the lining was fog. I've never seen it. There was no fog when I took the picture or anything. It was like the outside of like an outlining of a person, and then it was like not clear in the middle, but clear enough. And then the outside was like completely fog. And I didn't know at the time that like I said, that we were on her property. And that was just one of my stories from there, like the picture and the ghost. And that's all I wanted to share.
Awesome.
I wish you could turn your camera on and ask if you could share the picture. That sounds like it would be really cool.
Yeah, this was a digital camera. This was a few years ago. I go to Jamaica a lot, but this was a few years ago. I don't have the camera, but I don't really know what other way to explain, because I've never seen anything like this. You know, usually when people say they see a ghost or things, it's usually like the outline of a person and then the fog. But it literally looked like somebody took a picture of somebody standing up and then had the outline of them and just clear, and then the whole like rest of the picture, like the outline, it looked like there was smoke. But when I took there was no smoke or anything there. Like when I took the picture, it was just fog. and then like the outline of a person. And I showed my mom, and she didn't believe it. Even when I showed her, because I've never seen, that picture is probably the closest to something I've ever seen. I've never seen anything like that, especially like, I hope I'm in, like the picture that I see here that you have, like with the guy standing there in black, like imagine that, but that part clear and then the rest just fog. That's exactly how the picture looked.
That's
Wow.
crazy. Well, thank you
So,
for
like,
sharing your story.
Thank you so much. I'll let somebody get on, and I really appreciate it. You love your channel. It's really good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I greatly appreciate the compliment. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Have a good night.
You too. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, Cheeks, it is your turn.
Hello, can you hear me good?
Yes, can we ask your age?
Oh yes, I'm 24 years old.
Okay. What year?
Oh, 1999.
Okay.
So, I've had many, I've had many spiritual or entity supernatural encounters before. I don't know, I've just been like really drawn to that sort of like supernatural side, and they've been drawn to me. So as a child, something that would happen quite frequently is whenever I would go downstairs, basically we had this little sign book, and we had to get it signed by our parents to say, hey, we did our homework. So I would do it the morning of instead of the night before, because I was kind of a little flaky. But I would do it the morning of, and as I would do it, it was kind of this routine where when I would do it, I would have my socks right behind my back. I would have them in my hand right behind my back, and I would go downstairs, and as I would do that, I would feel like there would be a presence behind me as I go down the stairs. So as I go down the stairs, I would go to there would be like a foyer, and then down the stairs.
So first of all, I begin to love this.
And then there was then as soon as I went to my book bag, I just felt like, what Serenity was saying. You know how she was saying like the outline thing, basically. Just imagine the outline, but instead of seeing it, I was feeling it, right? So imagine feeling an outline of somebody's hand. It's the weirdest way to describe something to feel like something, but I basically felt someone's hand, but not actually. It felt superfluous. And it went right through my hand, and all of a sudden my hand felt empty. And I looked behind me, and I'm like, where are my socks? And I could just tell that someone threw my socks. And then I look where the foyer is, where the front door is, and it looks like someone threw my socks. But that's not the most significant thing that had happened. Probably the most significant thing that had happened was when I was at recess. I was 8 years old, and I had this necklace that was very special to me. And it was heart-shaped. It was a little, like, fake jewel, right? And this little heart-shaped fake jewel necklace I got from, like, Kohl's or something years ago. It was very special to me. My dad got it for me for free. And when I was playing outside at recess, I was playing with it and just like kind of spinning it around my neck, and just playing around with it and letting the charm just kind of spin around my neck. And as soon as it got to the back of my neck, I felt that same outline, that superfluous, like, hand sort of go through. It kind of went through my neck, and I just didn't know what to make of it, and I was like, please don't tell me it took my charm. And I looked, and as soon as I kept spinning my necklace, I couldn't find my charm. Now, when I tell you that this charm was not a charm that could be taken off unless you were to completely unclip the necklace, it was like one of those. So it was locked in by the gold, like, hinge, basically. And you couldn't take it off unless you, like, unclipped the, yeah. So there's no way it could have come off unless it was completely unhooked, and it wasn't, and it freaked me out. It freaked me out, and when I got when I got back from recess, I was crying. Everyone was like, "What's wrong?" And I just said, I lost my necklace, but I couldn't tell everybody, a ghost stole my necklace. So that's what I wanted to share.
I've been sitting here agreeing with the and making offhanded comments, and I just realized I've been muted this entire time.
Oh, I wish I could have heard what you said.
Because I was going to ask you, because you said at first it was one of those type of charms that was locked in there by the hinge. So I was like, is it a solid one where the hole is drilled through it? So, like, you actually have to, like, pull it off? Or
yeah, it was, like, drilled through the gem, so it wouldn't be able to go through it, and it was pretty hard.
Yeah. I'm sorry you lost your necklace, though. Did you ever get it back, or...?
I never got it back, and I tried looking everywhere for it, and sometimes, like, years ago, I would, like, go back to that same spot that I lost it, and I would try looking for it, but I never found it in the end, so it's okay, though, because, nothing lasts forever.
It's one of those things that it's like, maybe, it was shiny, so maybe a fairy took it.
That's what I go back and forth. When it came to the socks thing, I used to think it was I used to have, like, imaginary friends, right? I used to think it was my imaginary friends because I thought my imaginary friends were, like, real. And I used to think that they were, like super, I thought, like, that's what imaginary friends did. But apparently that's not what they do, and that it was probably a ghost. But then it's also like, wait, is that a fairy? Is that the fae? But what do the fae want with socks? And then, like, the necklace, I'm, like, switching between, is it a ghost? Is it the fae? I don't know.
It could have been a brownie. I know brownies like shiny stuff, and they also are very mischievous. So it could have been a brownie.
True.
Which is a type of
sock gnome, someone said.
Yeah, there you go. Sock gnome, who knows?
Nikki, you want to explain what a fae is? Just one chat.
A fae is a umbrella term. There you got your gnomes, you got your brownies, your gremlins, there's hundreds of different types of fae. I can't say them all in one.
I know this, actually. I've been studying this a little, if I may.
Yeah. But fairies is just like a small thing of this giant umbrella term, which is fae.
Yeah, like what they said.
I would, yeah. So, like, a brownie, it's easier to explain in pictures than it is to, like, explain them. They are, like, wingless fairies.
We can do information live.
Yeah, we could do that later. I have too many stories to get ADHD'd right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to throw you off track.
No. The questions I want to answer them. So like but then I'm like that's why I have these mods like I do, so that way we don't get off track and have like a huge ADHD moment, because then somebody's gonna get to story.
Of course. I'll let you go now. I'm gonna go now. But thank you so much for having me.
All right, no problem. Thank you for telling us your story.
Absolutely. See you guys later.
It was the fairies that took my
It is
crystals.
your time to share your story. Can I get an age?
It was the fairies that took my crystals.
Sophia? All right, and what's your story?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so this just happened about a week ago. I just moved in to my aunt's house, and she lives in a countryside. And so she has this big crucifix that she had in her room. And I told her, it's best that you get rid of this crucifix, since, just the way the crucifix looked like, it looked like it was holding some type of negative spirit inside. So then she decided, the day that I tried to get rid of it, I got pretty much attacked against by an entity. It opened up my room door, and it was at 1 in the morning, and then I saw a strange face that looked like a cat, half cat, half man. And then with all this whole week, she experienced a bunch of supernatural stuff, and then she woke up with her 2 birds dead. So that just happened about a week ago, and it all happened because I decided to take out her crucifix and return it back to the church. And it was a bunch of supernatural stuff that happened, and I just really wanted to share this, since I came across this channel, you guys.
Thanks for sharing. Is that all of it? Hello? No, what happened? All right. Was that your story? You there, mate?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So this is my story. So the thing is that I was going through this thing, and I wanted to share the story because this really happened, and I felt like I got attacked after I got rid of this crucifix. It was about a 3 feet crucifix.
Damn. Should have gotten a smaller one.
Yeah, but the whole thing was that after I got rid of this, supernatural things started happening, real supernatural things. And you know how I'm not a Christian or Catholic, none of that. But it's funny how after I got rid of this, it was negative energy started happening,
Mm-hmm.
And but as soon as I got rid of this, we felt a shift in the energy of the house, change. If that crucifix was not anything to do with positive energy, it was actually something negative in some kind of way.
Awesome. That was the story. That was the story? Well, I'm gonna let you down and get some more people up here to tell their stories. Thank you, and I hope you have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Alrighty. Nate. Or...
Cashmere?
Nate.
It is your... Cashmere, it is your turn.
Hi, I'm 59, and I live in New Jersey, and I've always had some type of experience with the unalive. Anyway, we were fortunate enough to move on to the Doris Duke Estate in Hillsborough, New Jersey. Thought it was a wonderful thing. However, events started occurring with me where I could see, like, I was a voyeur of when people were going to be unalived, or if there was a particular message that something or someone wanted to get to someone else. Anyway, when living on this estate, there were certain houses that Miss Duke would not allow people to live in. Well, after she passed, that all changed, and we were moved into a home after someone else was severely injured and literally left the state. So we're preparing to move in this home. The first thing that happened is my daughter and I went to measure windows. You know, that's what you do when you're moving into a home for curtains. And as we pulled up, it looked like they were exterminating the home, because it appeared from a distance that there was a black wrapping around the door. Well, it turned out to be black and red beetles covering the entire entrance of this home's doorway. Totally freaked out my daughter, and of course I'm trying to be the mom. No, it's, you know, it's, the house is wooden, oak, and stone. You know, it's old, honey. It's been here, since 1800s. Like, it's
stone, honey.
So
it's
we're in
wooden
the home,
stone.
and we're up in what would be her bathroom, and she's sitting on the sink. I'm sitting on the toilet seat. We're putting on the shower curtain stuff.
As you do.
She's still freaked out, and I said, look, trying to prove to her that nothing's wrong, I said, in the name of Jesus Christ, that there is something here, make your presence known now. And mind you, there's no water, there's no electricity turned on to this home, because it was going to be a month before the Duke Estate was going to do this. And this unearthly growl came through the wall next to me that I've never heard before. And my daughter's just shaking. I said, start praying, let's leave the home. Told my husband, he worked on the estate as well, but we didn't have a choice. We had to move into this home. You know, we didn't have funds to get an apartment. This was it. So we move in, and the day we were moving in, our front door, you could hear it fly open, and the giggling of little girls coming up the stairs. It sounded like my granddaughters had arrived and they were coming. My daughter and I both came out of, she came out of her room, I came out of my room. Absolutely nobody there. So that kind of thing continued on. We would hear each other call us, but of course we weren't calling each other. Then some very bad things started happening. We had animals, and they would yelp and be thrown. The house became completely, when I say completely infested with these black bugs, I mean, they were dropping off of the light fixtures. That's how infested they were. Things got worse. Things were being thrown at night. My daughter felt like someone was throwing things at her, and literally would find things from her bureau in her bed, to the point where my husband worked a second job. Her and I began sleeping together until she felt better. We had contacted different shows that were on TV regarding the supernatural for help. Then I learned some things about salting St. Michael's medals, putting them around crucifixes that would be broken, like broken, snapped in half, big heavy ones that weren't hanging on walls, that were set up like on a dresser. Waking up with bruises. So from there, I started having my bedroom door opened at night. And they weren't like doorknobs. These were big, old-fashioned, from the 1800 door latches that you had to pull back, pull up to get the door open. So I'm laying in bed. I can hear my family downstairs, and I was punched in the chest through my mattress 3 times, leaving a huge bruise. I went to my husband. Of course, he didn't believe it. His mood, his personality completely changed to where my daughter became frightened, and we looked into, we found out he might have been starting to be oppressed. So I was given some prayers to say, holy water, the whole 9 yards. I had a minister come to the home that wouldn't even come in the house. He got there, got sick, right at my doorstep and left.
Damn.
So
what a bitch ass.
Battling this thing, as hard as I was standing at the window, and it told me, child, because if you don't pick a child, I will. And I don't know where this voice came from. It sounded like a man's voice. And I panicked. I'm in my room. I'm rushing back and forth looking for the holy water, the prayers. And I said, no, I'm trying to push it out, push it away. And it sounded like the whole room said that I am going to pick the child that loves you the most. So for months, every day, every morning, every night, I did the prayers, the spraying of the holy water, and things really had quieted down. And to the point where I just like, oh my God, I don't have to do these prayers anymore. Everything seems to be calm. Everything's, no bruises, nothing being thrown. Our animals aren't being thrown or hurt. And unfortunately, I, again, had the vision of a death. Unfortunately, it was of my son. And it had happened before on the Duke Estate to a neighbor's. Like I said, it was like a voyeur, like I'm looking in. I can't change anything. No one can hear me, but I can see everything that happened. So my son was aware. He was an adult. And I said, look, you know this has happened with our neighbor who were very close. Please, stay home. It was this weekend. Please, I'm begging you. Please, let me go with you. We'll rent a hotel room for the weekend. We will stay there. But he was separated from his wife, and it was his weekend to get the girls. That was the last day I ever saw my son. And after that, our family basically imploded. Now, mind you, what I didn't say is this was a house that had been split into a duplex. And the Duke Estate allowed us to have both sides. Now, as our family was imploding, I went into the other side of this home, which did not have one single insect, not one, while the other side was completely infested, and they had tried time after time after time to, call the exterminator out there. But anyway, things got horrible. Finally, by the grace of God, we were able to leave the Duke Estate. And we moved into another home, and I, had this voice come again, a male's voice that said, "I found you." And the next thing I know, my husband is picking me off the floor. I had a broken hip. I no longer have a right shoulder. My arm is paralyzed on the right. And so we left New Jersey. We were like done. We left New Jersey for another state. And he found work, lost the job, a hurricane hit, lost everything. He had family up here. We have a child up here, so we came back up here. And he found work again, like immediately found work back at his old job, not the Duke Estate, but the job he worked nights, which he is currently working. And we had been looking for housing because we were living with relatives. Well, lo and behold, what we found, the only thing we could find in our price range is right down the road and across the river from the Duke Estate, and that home that, and I don't mind saying, is on River Road in Hillsborough. I had PSTD, and oddly enough, getting day treatment for this PTSD, I met a woman who was living in that house, who was in counseling because her marriage was imploding. And she constantly heard in that home, she was living on the side that didn't have the bugs, but she was hearing people calling her all the time, knocking on the walls. And her family thought literally she was going nuts. And I explained to her what was going on. So she left the home immediately. Her husband was very resistant, but he lost his job. Thank God they got off the property. I don't know what happened to them. But now my situation is, we moved here July, 6 months to the day. I heard a voice say, "I've got you, you're going to die." And my doctor called me today to let me know I have pancreatic cancer. I cannot tell you, this isn't a joke, this isn't mad ramblings. There was a demonic thing in that home. It pretended to be my husband. Its energy tried to get in bed with me. I see these red eyes. I screamed. It dissipated up into the ceiling. Like, this is real. Demons exist. I know there was like a little creek, and there was this very old cemetery next to the house from the 1800s, and there were children there. I don't know if that's what's in that house, but I know it is horrifying. It is dangerous. And I'm paying the price for living there, from it, battling it, I guess, trying to get rid of it, doing whatever I needed to do to try to protect my family. The woman who lived next door to us, I saw her husband, or not her husband, her son, death coming. And I have been learning and working with someone to shut that down, because it's something nobody needs to see. No one needs to experience losing a child, but you don't need to experience seeing it before it happens. I was contacted by her. Her son, her husband still works on the Duke Estate, and her son is now passed away. The Duke Estate is very dangerous. I don't know how or who to contact, that if there is still that connection, because I know what I heard. I know it was a man's voice telling me I'm going to die, and now I have cancer. Like, I'm doing everything I can to get back out of New Jersey, but if this thing has that much power, that much pull, my fear is it will follow. My fear is that my other children grew up on the Duke Estate. I still have one child in New Jersey, that it will, attack him. Something bad will happen to him because of the Duke Estate. I've been seeking help. I guess telling you my story, I'm hoping someone, a viewer, maybe you guys can say, hey, try this, that, or the third, because I'm out of options. Hello?
I'm sorry that happened to you, Kashmir.
I have no idea what to say.
Yeah, I was about to say that honestly breaks my heart.
Ghost stories are one thing, but there are things in the dark that are real, and they're not good.
If you can hang out a little bit, I have a friend who is really good about getting rid of things. I might bring him in so that way he can talk to you about it for a while.
Oh, please. Yes, absolutely.
The comments for a while, just hang out in the comments for a while, and I'll bring him in. And that way he can talk to you about it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Before I let anyone else up, do we want to do a bit of like a restart and have him come up, or continue with stories?
Yeah, bring Red up in the next thing, but continue with the stories until we get to Red, and then we'll have Red help her, and then we'll go through with the stories again. You're okay with that?
I'm gonna let Heaven think Becker up, and then I'll let Red up.
Alright, I'm gonna let you go now, Kashmir.
Okay, thank y'all so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Alright, Nate, it's your turn. Nate, are you there?
Hi.
Hello, again, age check.
23.
Okay.
So,
What year?
2000. Yeah, January 2000. Yeah. My story, pretty much, I remember going to sleep, and it felt weird because I remember seeing this guy just like walking around a sigil. And I'm a very spiritual person, so I was like, okay, what am I dreaming about? And he was just walking around the sigil and talking in like this ancient language. I don't know what it was. And I remember everything engulfed in flames, and I got ripped out of my body. And pretty much, I went to this party with this dude, and then I was kind of just flying around, and ended up at this mansion. Mind you, I don't think these people who were sitting at the table noticed I was there when I had arrived, but there's this lady I keep seeing, and she has like red curly hair. She's kind of like, I would say mid-50s probably, but she doesn't look old, if that makes sense. It looks like she had like work done, essentially.
She's Japanese.
And she just walks up to me very calmly, looks me up and down, raises her hands, and I just get thrown back into my body. And I wake up and I'm like,
hey, that's
okay, that's bizarre.
That's about a Dr. Strange.
And
That's what that is.
pretty much one of the other experiences I had regarding those people, I guess, I went back to sleep, and I remember being in a church, and just like walking down the aisle, but as I'm walking down the aisle, I can clearly see my aura, and it's like a golden yellow color.
This is dreaming.
And as I'm like approaching like the front of the aisle of the church, I see like these women all dressed in black. Everyone's dressed in black, like chanting around candles. And I'm like really confused as to what's going on. And then this man appears, and he has like a crown of gold with a lot of jewels in it. He just walks down the stairs very calmly, looks at me, smiles, puts a ring on my finger, and then another sigil engulfs flames, and I wake up. So yeah. But that's like my story. Yeah. Yeah, the weird part was, though, it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like I had, like, astral projecting, pretty much.
I mean, you might have. I mean, it is possible. Everybody's astral walk is different from everybody else's. It's nobody's is ever the same. So, I mean, it could have been an astral walk for you.
Yeah. That's my story.
Thank you for sharing your story.
You're welcome.
And thank you for giving us time. And I'm sorry you guys have such a long wait. There's so many people.
I'm gonna go ahead and let you down, Nate, and get someone else up on here. So I hope you have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night, Shayla.
Alright, night. Bye-bye. Get right up here. Alright, Jordan, can I have your age check?
22, year 2001.
Alrighty. What's your spooky scary story?
Okay, like, everyone else had some crazy experiences, but for me, I'm sorry, I thought it was meant to prepare to go live in front of well, basically, all the stuff that I've experienced throughout my life, I've had other people there with me to experience it. So I decided to choose a story based on how many people were there over the course of time. This is a story of how me and my roommates were haunted in our apartment before. The apartment complex we lived in was known to have like supernatural experiences happening, apparently. I didn't find out about this until after I moved out and other people heard the story. But what happened was we moved into the apartment and I thought it looked familiar, and then I remembered when I first moved into that town, I actually lived in the same apartment complex when I still lived with my family. I walked up to the top floor, and that apartment that I ended up living in was boarded up with police tape and like this clear covering so people wouldn't get in, like it was like a hazard, a biohazard, where people couldn't go in. And eventually when we lived in there, we eventually started seeing shadows walking around the corners. People would see like a white cat, our guest would say. They'll ask us, when did you get another cat? And they would just start walking around. And the shadows would eventually turn into weird dreams. The shadows would eventually turn into weird dreams I would have, and then wake up forgetting them, so they have to tell my roommate something, but I don't remember.
Shadows.
And eventually, sorry, I'm so nervous talking in front of people.
Take your time.
Jesus Christ. So all this weird supernatural stuff was happening. So eventually we got our friend who was into she was a Wiccan, did magical protections, tarot card readings and everything. She put up seals around our house, and eventually they stopped. Like all the weird supernatural stuff stopped. People stopped seeing the cat, stopped seeing the weird shadows walking around. And then everything started picking up again. And my one roommate, I lived with a couple, by the way, at the time. We'll call her Grace. I see Grace in the chat. Grace noticed that all the like protections, all the protections that we put up were gone for some reason. And all the stuff started happening again. And then like at this time, their relationship was kind of falling apart. It felt like the energy there was just building off of it. It was just getting stronger. In the middle of the night, I would wake up to like hearing something try to get into my room, rattling my door. During their worst fights, the cabinets were slammed open and shut. And when I told him, hey, stop, our friend Holly said, you need to stop that because the energy is feeding off of that. He said, I don't want to say exactly what he said, but he wished something really bad on this and the other. And during that moment, the trash can flew open. And it was like the lid on a trash can where you stick your foot on it and it lifts up. It got ripped off of that. And it flew across the room and hit the wall when he said that. And I told my aunt about this, described the supernatural experiences, because I know that she's becoming like a growing influencer. Pretty sure she has almost 20K on Instagram right now, just helping people out with supernatural experiences, doing tarot card readings. She took me through this guided meditation, just to help me ground myself, protect myself. And during this meditation, I just heard my own voice say, "It's coming." And at that moment, the dog cage swung open. It was my roommate's dog, Grace's dog, in the story. The cage swung open like someone was in there and let the dog out. And the dog got really sick because it got into everything. And and no one knows who let the dog out. And when I checked to see what happened, I looked in my roommate's room and I heard like chains rattling. I could smell smoke. That shit was creepy. Sorry, I probably shouldn't have said that. And what happened after that? And we finally theorized whatever's there is like actually trying to hurt Grace, my roommate. It was like feeding off the male's energy and attacking the female. And I knew it was attached to my male roommate because when I was sitting next to him, I would get cuts in my leg, cuts in my arm, on the same part of my body that he was sitting next to. It was creepy. Like even one time we were out in public, we were just enjoying going skateboarding downtown. This guy in this weird like priest outfit stopped across the street and started staring at us, and then he held up a cross and started just mumbling something.
So Jen,
like started getting creeped out, and we just started to head out.
Listening to ghost stories.
And
jamming on the
progression of as soon as the relationship started declining, the more and more heavy the stuff became. We're at the point the animals started dying. See, like at the time we had like a bunch of animals, bearded dragons, geckos, scorpions, mice, cats, dogs, even a chinchilla and a king and sambo. But we were raising mice at the time, and when our friend went to go check on the mice, they all stood up, looked at her, and died all at once. And she almost fell back when it happened. And the only one that survived was the one that I named. And it's like everything that happened there was just trying to hurt Grace, my female roommate, part of the couple. It was feeding off my male roommate. We finally got the thing expunged. But right before that happened, we were trying to find like the epicenter of it. And I was talking to my roommate, Grace, about how, hey, maybe I can make holy water. And then I just went through the rules of making holy water, how the qualifications have being like a follower of God, blah, blah, blah. And she asked me, do you think you're able to do that? And I said, I think maybe. And then at that moment, like the bed started vibrating, and what she could see, she claimed that she could see like a pair of eyes, and I felt but I felt what she could see. I felt like two windows there, and like I could feel like, I could just tell there's like an entire room there to me, but to her there was just two eyes looking at us. As soon as I said I think I could do it, and after that, I turned off the lights in the bathroom and turned them on. And when I noticed when I turned them off, it felt like my shadow in my mirror. It was like, it wasn't following. It looked like a person trying to mimic me. And it wasn't actually synced up to me. And then I turned the lights back on and looked myself in the eye, and I just had this feeling I want to unalive myself. I did not know where the feeling was coming from. It felt like it was external. Even just thinking about it is creepy to think about. We finally got this thing expunged. We were like trying to chase this thing around because it was like more on the offense. Like we were able to pinpoint where it was by feeling almost, and we get chills in a certain spot. Like say someone was standing to your right, you get like a chill on your right shoulder, and they get a chill on their left shoulder, and it's like it was going right through us. And I could, after that, I could feel where it was, and like I got a taste of it. Like once you like had your mind open to it, it was like impossible to get rid of, and you could just see it. And with your eyes like more and feel it. Like kind of what Jinx was talking about, how like you felt like the outline of it, like you're. Like imagine reaching around in the dark room and slowly building an image with your mind. Kind of like that. And we're trying to figure out where is this coming from, and we realized like all this negative vibe is coming from the bathroom. That's why all the animals avoided that. And the one place that I always felt comfortable in was my bedroom for some reason. That was also the place where I felt like the energy couldn't get to. Like rattling it. After we got it expunged during the cleansing, our friend who's into witch stuff, very experienced in it, she came and did the cleansing for us. We did the cleaning, opened the windows, all that good stuff. And I had like this flash of like a screaming, demented skull. I had a weird dream about it later that night too. It was angry that like nothing could go through anymore. I could tell like that whatever we did, it was like a Band-Aid situation. We were weakened one day. And that later that night I had a dream. It was like a memory dream, but it wasn't my memory. It was almost like I got a glimpse of the last moments of whatever was there, of like a man fighting with a woman about cheating or something. She said it was Lord, baby, and I just remember fighting, and then you're waking up. That was my story, and a bit bonus there with like ghosts kind of like attaching to living and acting out their own desires and own lives and stuff. I noticed in the town I lived in, there's like this house called like a murder house for a reason. This husband killed his wife, killed his son, and then killed himself. And then the same pattern has been going on for like 5 or 7 years or so, every 5 or 7 years down the road. And the most recent one, my friend was caught up in a murder-suicide hostage situation that the cops, like, thank God they got her out of there, but it's just something I noticed. All the murder-suicides happen on the same street in a linear progression. Jordan.
But you can't say MURDER or SUIDE.
Yeah, you cannot talk about
unalive, or TikTok is just weird.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I should have censored myself.
We're looking out for you because we don't want you to get bandanas.
Yeah, banana is not good. But
as lengthy of a story, that was pretty good. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was good.
My story was good.
That thinks you might have had a poltergeist situation there. Which, if that's the case, I'm sorry, because those could be really, really scary.
Definitely. I got hurt by
now. Yeah. I'm glad you're fine now, and I'm glad you're doing better. And thank you for sharing your story.
Of course, thank you for having me.
All right. This next story goes out to my boss in the chat. My boss works at Dollar Tree, right? She's been pretty good to me. So this story goes to her. I was about 7 years old, right? This was whenever I was living with my biological mother, but down in Texas. And I always played very, very scary games with my friends on this cul-de-sac. When we did, we would use these spiritual figures. Some good and some bad. But one day, we were all playing, and I fell down by tripping over a curb, and I skinned my knee real bad. Everyone ran to their house to get help, and then I saw a figure come out from one of the houses, walking calmly towards me. He was dressed in an all-black coat, right? And he picked me up, carried me to my house, and said, "You're gonna be all right." And I thought, wow, this man is really, really nice. Just to carry me. Through my tears, I couldn't see anything on his face. I could just see black on, his clothes. I went, told my mom, Mommy, a really nice man carried me home after I after I hurt my knee and she was still screaming from all the blood coming down it. What got her even more scared after was, wait, what man? Where did he live? Oh, he lived on the house on wherever, right? And that specific house had been abandoned for 3 years because the owner had passed away. Honey, no man lives there. Who are you talking about? My blood turns to ice. I go back like 2 days later and double check. And she's right. Nobody lives there. The fact that I was picked up and carried back home by someone who does not exist, still scares me to this day. Because that puts the question to mind. What other things that don't exist on this plane can actually physically move someone like that? Like, what if these child missing cases, half of them happen from things like this? Spirits with ill intentions. That's what gets me the most. That's the end of the story. It wasn't as lengthy, but still gold.
Wow.
Victoria, just because I'm a ginger does not mean I don't have a soul. Thank you very much.
Well, I have a story. Very real.
Step-Rap, hold on. Grace is next, and then it's Heckman, and then it can be you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I gotta go in order because they've been waiting longer.
I just had to tell that because my boss's time is limited, and also, she's my boss. I kind of got to do what I'm told. Please don't fire me.
All right, Grace, your age? 37?
And my cousin has a story of that where a little green man tried to steal her, drag her under the bathtub.
And I was carrying twins, and I was told that I was having a miscarriage. I don't know if this was out of body or I don't know how to explain it other than what happened. I went to bed. I had a doctor's appointment the next day to see if I lost the second twin. I remember seeing an angel holding a baby in a white blanket. And she kept offering me the baby, and I kept saying no. I'm afraid if I hold this baby, I will die. A twin angel appears holding another baby in a white blanket. She never offered me that baby, but the first angel, over and over, this is your baby. Hold your baby. And I finally held that baby, and I did find out later that I miscarried. Also, when my husband woke me up, and he said that I was cold, and I barely had a pulse. It was so strange, but I did lose the twin. But I found out about 2.5 weeks later that I was pregnant with my daughter, and I just held on to the memory of that baby that I held, and she was it. I really believe that it was either out of body or I don't know how to, I don't know if it was the twin angels that I lost or if it was angels holding the twins, but that one angel did not speak to me. She didn't offer me that baby, but the first one was very persistent and said, "This is your baby." And just how the doctors couldn't even tell me how I got pregnant so quickly. They maybe she was a triplet. But that, I have so many stories, but that is the one that has stuck with me for many, many years. But that's all.
I'm not usually one for sharing my kind of stuff because it's super personal to me. But I know how you feel, Grace. I had 10 miscarriages, and the first time I was able to give birth, my son lived a week and then he died.
Sad.
Or unalived. So I absolutely understand how you feel, and I'm sorry that happened.
I am so sorry. Your loss.
That's actually what caused me not to be Christian anymore. But anyway, even though it's sad, thank you for your story. I hope your life gets better. I'm not going to say it gets easier because it doesn't. Memories pop up all the time. It'll remind you.
Life doesn't get easier. You get stronger.
So that was 2009, and my daughter is 13 now. So I I look at her, and I just remember that face. I held on to that memory for 9 months, and I had to know, and she was identical to that baby.
Because of that, I get very protective of the two. I said because of that, I am very, very protective of the two that I do have. So, yeah.
Yeah, I have 4 children now, and they probably get tired of me because I'm so protective. It's hard when you have miscarriages like that.
Yeah. So I will talk to you later. Thank you for telling your story. But I'm going to have to let you go down so I can add somebody else. But thank you for sharing your story.
Am I good to go now?
Yeah.
Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can.
So, this story. I'm 19, by the way.
Awesome.
Know y'all as. But this story happened in my first semester of college, which I'm not in college anymore for other reasons. But, anyways, I was hanging out with my group of friends, right, and my now fiance. So we were outside. There was like this little, I don't know, like group of chairs, like in a circle around like a fire pit that we would always hang out at. Everybody came over there. Our friends would bring their guitars and stuff, sing this, that, and the other, right? But one night we was out there, and my friend decided that he wanted to join hands, and I was like, oh God, what am I getting myself into? And I didn't believe in any of this stuff, and I was just like, yeah, nothing's gonna happen, you know, like we're just gonna go on about our night. So he starts chanting all of these, like, I'm assuming that he was summoning something, but later on I realized that he opened portals, which was not good. But
what an idiot.
Anyways, we get done with all of that. I go on about my night, nothing really happens until about like 2 or 3 a.m., which this happened around like 12 o'clock, right? About 2 or 3 a.m., I go to my room, my dorm room, and I am like dead asleep, but I raise up in the bed and just stare at my roommate. And I had this overwhelming feeling that I wanted to hurt her, like badly. And she looks up at me because she's on the phone with her boyfriend. And she's like, Heaven, are you okay? And I'm like, don't say a word, just staring directly at her. And she starts like chanting Bible verses, throwing a Bible at me. I take her Bible and throw it back at her. I walk outside, no shoes on. I just, whatever I had on at that time, I think I was in like pajamas or something. No shoes on, nothing, just start walking outside. I didn't even have my keys, my phone, nothing on me, right? And she frantically starts calling my boyfriend and my other friend that we did this ritual with. And she's like screaming, saying, oh, you need to get her. She went outside, this, then the other. They come outside. I'm sitting in the same spot that we did this little ritual thing, right? And I am just like staring off into a deep space. They come around me. They try to like wake me. Oh, not like wake me up, but they try to get my attention. And they're like, hey, are you okay? This and the other. And I'm just like continuing to stare my friends and my loved one down. They start being like asking me questions that I would know. And I was like, didn't know the answers to these questions. I started saying like different things. Like my boyfriend said, what's my name? And I just started laughing at him. Like this menacing, evil laugh. My friend Trent, he said, hey, how old am I? Or this, then the other. And I was just like looking at him. Then I proceed to literally grab my throat and try to unalive myself and try to rip my trachea out. And they're holding me down. They're trying to like fight me off and this, that, and the other. And I'm over here pushing them off like hot butter on a plate. Mind you, at the time, I'm like 140 pounds. There's no way that I could. 130? My boyfriend just said I was like 130. But there would be no way that I could push a 220 plus pound man off of me, let alone three of them.
220, 256.
And then Maylee was like
238.
Yeah. But they were all holding me down, and I just continued to fight them, and it was easy for me. Our friend DQ, he comes outside after one of them texts him, and he looks at me, and he starts speaking in Latin to me. But at the time, I completely understood that stuff as perfectly clear English, and I remember specifically what he said. He said, in the name of Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit, you are not allowed to... I'm sorry, it's still like...
En el nombre
crazy.
del
You are not
Padre,
allowed to enter
Hijo,
this vessel. This is not your home.
Espíritu Santo.
And at that moment, I looked at him, and I continued to keep looking at him with this evil look. He grabs my arms. He grabs my arms along with my boyfriend, and I'm still trying to fight them off, and they literally dislocate my shoulders and my elbows and my wrists so that I'm not like hurting them. Dislocate my elbow.
Oh, I didn't do your elbow.
But anyways, what is this?
I keep trying to mute her, but it's not muting.
I don't know. Nope.
I disconnected. Able to mute. So if you could request, we'll bring you back up.
But anyways, where was I? Yeah, they dislocate my shoulders and my wrists so that I'm not fighting back. And I don't even, like, when somebody dislocates your joints, I think you would, like, have some sort of reaction. I didn't have any reaction at all because I couldn't feel it. I literally could not feel them dislocating my arms and my wrists. And my friend Trent, he's grabbing me like on my chest, right? So his arm is right there over my chest. And I just reach over and bite him. Like, physically bite him. And it's still to this day, he has a lump on his arm where I bit him at. And I did not let go until DQ literally, like, it pulled me off of him. My boyfriend, just like DQ, started talking in tongues, which he has that special ability to do so. Again, perfectly understood this as perfect English. It still shakes me up to this day. But after that, I continued to, like, just look at everybody real weird, because at this point I'm, like, pretty much fighting whatever is possessed me, like fighting it inside of me, you know, inside my mind. I'm literally fighting it. I get pushed out. Like, I physically feel myself being pushed out as an out-of-body experience. And I'm looking at myself and this whole entire thing that is going on, at all of them talking to this demon that is inside of me and everything from another person's perspective, because at that point I was another person. And I remember so vividly them literally, like, crying, not knowing what to do, and all of this stuff. And I just start, like, foaming at the mouth and throwing up. And I'm just like, my eyes are completely, like, just a blank stare looking at my friends. And they keep trying to, again, ask me these questions. Hey, what's your name? What's this, that, and the other? And it couldn't get no further than heaven, and that was it. DQ comes over to me. He sits right in front of me with no fear at all towards this thing. And he looks at me and starts chanting again in Latin, and he starts saying, I rebuke you, and whatever, he starts doing whatever he's doing. I try to grab him, he's holding me down, and he just keeps doing this ritual thing that he's doing. He says, everybody else step away. As soon as whatever demon was inside of me realizes that it's not going to get any further, I instantly come back into my body, and I hear, physically hear this thing run away in the bushes. Like, it's Yeah, that's weird. It's underneath the varnishing. And my daughter and other people who have slept in that room have said that sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes there's noises in that closet. Like it sounds like someone's rooting around in that closet. Like they're looking for something or just going through stuff. And nobody dares open it when you hear it. I mean, I wouldn't either, you know? I've never slept in that room. Well, I took a nap in that room once, but I've never like slept a whole night in that room. And one time she was cleaning out her closet, and we have those old plaster walls that like at this point, like we have to be very careful of our walls. Because on the inside, like we have to use screws. We can't hang stuff up with nails because you can hear the plaster inside fall. So there's nothing on the outer part of the plaster on the inside of the closet. So she was cleaning and a piece of that plaster just kind of fell. And she came to me and she goes, "Mom, there's like some hair and fingernail clippings that was on the inside of this piece that fell out." And I was like, "You better go put that back in there," because I mean, I know that sounds really yucky, but usually if there's something like that inside of a wall, it's there for a reason. And we don't need any problems, so put that right back. And she did. But it's always made her really sketchy about going in her closet now. And in the other room, the other upstairs room, we call it the blue room, you can hear, and sometimes in my room downstairs, you can hear someone knocking on the windows, except that it's even more freaky upstairs because it's on a second floor. Someone will do 3 knocks on a window. And my kids know that when you hear that, you just don't answer it, you know, don't go looking, but it does happen. My son would tell me that once in a while he can hear knocking on the windows. And I used to stay in that blue room for a little bit when my room was getting fixed up. And I think I heard that once up there. Most of the time that I've heard it, it was in my room, which was downstairs. And this part isn't really entity connected, but it kind of tells the story for the next part, the more current part of what's going on. So I'll try to make this part really quick, is that then my husband is a truck driver. So I jumped on truck with him. We were gone for about a year. We would come back every once in a while, not very often. We would come back to the house. Both the kids that were staying here were adults, and we just let them stay here. And they ended up trashing my house really bad. And it was very, very frustrating. And my son was supposed to be paying the electric while we were gone, since he's the one using it. He's 30 years old, you know, and he didn't. So when we came back, we ended up switching to another company who ended up running my husband's foot over, and we ended up having to come home and stay home. Okay. And the way his boss did this was he told Workman's Comp that he was going to pay him, and then he refused to pay him. So we went, and this was in July. So we went from July to probably about a couple months ago with no check at all, and had to get a lawyer and all that. But anyway, so we ended up stuck in this house, no electricity, no nothing, just dealing with the heat. And we finally decided, okay, we're going to have to go in the basement. We have to go in the basement. It's cool down there. It's a yucky basement. It's not one of those nice basements, you know? But we just had to. It was just getting so hot. So we went down there, and it was only big enough to have lawn chairs down there, and my dog, I put blankets down for my dog to lay on. And
at first it was kind of okay. I was uncomfortable, but then after a while, it was like you could hear stuff. Like there's the little piece that we were in, and then there was a crawl space under the rest of the house. It's like the basement isn't as big as the whole house. And it was like you could hear something crawling around in there. And I kept thinking, please let that be a cat. Please let that be one of the cats. But I don't think it always was. And then when we left, there was sometimes when we left, we had to take my dog's kennel downstairs and leave her in her kennel downstairs where it was safe because it was too hot upstairs. And she ended up being let out of her kennel. And I don't know how. But we came home and she was running around in the house, in the main part of the house, instead of in her kennel. And then very quickly, we ended up, for a little bit, when it started getting cold, we had to stay with someone for about a month since we had no heat here. But my husband got into a new company finally, and he's getting really good money. We got the electric back on. We came back home. And let me tell you, we came back home. He had to go right on truck. And for a week, this house has been so active. Like, it was like I could hear the front door opening, and it would be like 3 people running through the house, and then the door would slam shut. And I know that door didn't open, but I could hear it. And sometimes in the back door, but it was mostly the front door. I could hear like people running the house. I could hear that guy that was laughing upstairs that one day. I could hear him talking in the kitchen. I could hear them running up and down the stairs from the upstairs. I could hear them running up and down the stairs from the basement. It was like they were having a party.
These ghosts gonna pay this goddamn electric bill?
Here, and it was constant, and I couldn't even sleep all night.
Y'all ghosts gonna pay the electric bill?
It was so loud. It was crazy.
Motherfucker.
I'm not trying to be mean. Please don't take this as me being rude. But I have to go through a bunch more people. And I got 6 people requesting. And I have to leave my live at 1. I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
I mean, I appreciate you for sharing, but I have a bunch of other people wanting to share.
All right, go ahead. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. That bitch could talk. Woo! That baby was born talking. That bitch, she mistook a story for a soliloquy. Okay, cuz? She just wrote a short story. She just wrote a novel. She must be a Navajo Indian, because that bitch wrote a novel.
I guess we'll just come back to her. Alyssa, are you there?
Hannah Banana. To the front of the line.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I need your age, please.
Okay, hi, my name is Alicia, and I'm 26 years old.
Oh, this bitch is haunted. Leave the
I
cow.
just want to give a little description. My voice is very unique, and it is naturally soft-spoken. I do get a lot of comments where people don't believe that it's my real voice, but it really is.
Bro.
But with that being said, I am 26.
This bitch is haunted. Jen, are you here? Are you listening to this?
Can I start on my story?
I was muted. I'm sorry. I forgot I muted myself.
Oh no, you're fine. I just want to
I'm sorry.
I just want to let everyone know in the live, like, this is my real voice. But anyway,
She either molested or she's haunted.
so I'm 26 years old, and for as long as I could remember, I was never religious. I I never believed in God, if you will.
Well, I will.
I really have a good upbringing when it came to
I believe in God for both of us.
religion itself because I'm Asian and, you know, my parents are Buddhism and then there's Christianity. But I myself just believed, you know, if something
Tell us what
or
else there
someone
is.
isn't going to prove himself to me, then scientifically it's not real. So
Okay.
I tested the waters.
Who are
with
you to be proved to?
experiencing,
That's my question.
I guess, you know, angels and demons. And, you know, for a long time, I tried to be a Mormon. That didn't work. And then I remember from
Is this a part of the story?
age of 12 to 16, I had played with the Ouija board. And, you know, the Ouija board, you can buy that at Walmart, but I wasn't crazy enough or bold enough to, you know, buy a Ouija board off the shelf and buy one. So I had found out that you can actually make it. And for any of you
Hell no.
please do not make a Ouija board like handmade. It's very simple, but
This bitch
I
is
myself
haunted.
just wrote the alphabet on a paper, the numbers, you know, the sun and the moon, yes and no. And for about 3 years, I
This bitch,
played that. I talked to spirits every day.
this bitch making Ouija
Didn't
boards?
know what I was getting myself into at that time. I was just so intrigued with how my hand is not even doing this. Something else is moving my hand and talking to me. And I was just quite intrigued and just, you know, me not having many friends, I was okay with doing this every day. My mom didn't know. And eventually, there was this one spirit. He was a guy, I believe he was a slave, if I remember.
Hell
This was
no.
maybe 10 years ago. But I wanted this spirit to show me themselves so bad. And I wanted him to show himself to me. So far as a physical form, he couldn't. But it got to the point to where I saw his shadow of his nose, his head on the wall, and eventually, I just knew at that point, spirits are real.
She had sex with him.
A little crazy.
Oh shit.
And I would see him in my bedroom.
She had
It's a shadow that's on the wall. I would see him
She had sex
the day when they would get off of school.
with a ghost.
And, you know, years would pass. Maybe a year or two would pass. And me and my mom, we didn't have a good relationship as mother and daughter. And I remember
You could tell she had sex with a
going to go
ghost.
get my little brother from school. And I was so depressed at that time because of the relationship me and my mother had that I took my life for granted. And, you know, you should never take your life for granted in vain.
Yeah, you're right.
Ever. When you say it out loud, you should never allow any demons. Like, what I did was so stupid. My dumb ass had said, I'm sorry for cursing, if any...
I'm getting an incoming call. Holy shit, right as she was about to say that creepy shit. Oh my god. Hey, tell me I'm not protected. Tell me I'm not protected. Hi, this is Dylan. Okay, most definitely. Feel free. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, let me take a look for you. Let's see. Just pick up the energy. Okay, I see a lot of newness here. Newness facilitating happiness here. This could be some sort of form of communication or information here that you receive. I'm getting very positive energy here. Okay. I also see some stable energy here. So things are looking stable. Yeah. Is there anything in particular that you're concerned about? Okay. Yeah. Well, that's what it looks like, because remember, the first thing I said was communication. So if you are in separation or no contact, remember that leading card, the first one that came out was the one about communication. So normally I don't suggest, I've been getting a lot of no's lately in regards to people's relationships because we've been coming out of Mercury retrograde. But the fact that, I feel confident enough that we're out of that, remember the retrograde brings back a false past. So if it were that phase about a week ago, I would not feel good about this. But energetically speaking, that mixed with what I'm seeing, I do feel as a high possibility that he does come back and communicate from what I'm seeing here. So. Let's see. It could be that at the moment there's another woman in the picture that might be keeping that from happening. So tentatively, I would say no. It could also be that he's in a relationship right now. That could also be what that 10 of Cups is that came out at the beginning. So now that I see more here, that's crazy.
Chino. That's okay. Well, we'll call her Chino. That's what his thing that he said when I went into that room was, "Where is she?" And this is the same day that I took my life for granted when I was walking to my brother's school to go pick him up and said, if there's someone listening, to please, basically take me. And at that moment, I knew.
Hell no.
Whoever was, possessing Chino was looking and coming for me. And at that moment, I was just terrified. So demons, spirits are real. After that, her grandmother's very religious. We got holy water, we lit candles, and she was basically trying to do an exorcism. So the exorcism that you guys see in the movies is what a real exorcism looks like. I've experienced it firsthand. I've witnessed it firsthand. How a demon laughs, how the demon talks, how the person sweats, how the levitation. It is real, and it is not something to just take lightly. So anyone who doesn't believe in demons or spirits, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to the point with this making sense, and putting one and one together. So I'm sorry if I'm not saying this fast enough, but that's my story of the supernatural entity that I've encountered. But years. I had sleep paralysis for 3 years. So.
Thank you for sharing your story.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know if you've been paying attention to the comments, and if you haven't, thank you for not paying attention.
I haven't. It's just, I don't know.
Sometimes you can't pay attention to the comments because some people can be rude, and actually I was about to bring that up. Thank you for sharing your story.
I was getting straight to the point. So for anyone who felt that I wasn't, and just, doing run-on sentences, like I wasn't, everything made sense, everything went together, so I'm not sure why everyone's tripping, but.
Yeah, I don't know. And honestly, I don't. And like I said, you gotta sometimes ignore the rude people on here, which is actually. That's because every time I saw them, Josh, I muted them because I'm not doing rude people. Thank you.
Okay, I do have some good advice. Because I do have some good advice that I think would be beneficial and bring good awareness to anyone that is suffering sleep paralysis.
I have to go back to Courtney because we skipped over her because she wasn't at and I see her, so while she's on the phone, I need to give her story because we had jumped around her because she didn't answer.
Can I have 10 more seconds? I just want to say something that's beneficial to anyone that's suffering sleep paralysis. So anyone who is suffering from sleep paralysis, just say a scripture in the name of Jesus Christ that command this demon to go back to where they came from 3 times. And by the 3rd time, you should stop having sleep paralysis and wake up from it. So that's all I want to say.
All right. Thank you, hon. Have a very good evening. I don't know what time it is over there for you, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good. Courtney, are you still there, hon?
Winds in the east.
Okay, while we're waiting for Courtney to do her things, I saw her in the
We have somebody spam the comment section.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to, but for some reason it's not letting me. There. Hush, please. Anyway, Courtney, can you unmute, please? I saw you on the. Oh, okay. Kashmir, Red, the person that was on here earlier, was the person I wanted to talk to you about what was going on. But they left. So I don't know what to do now. Courtney, there you are. Hi, Courtney.
Hi, I had to rejoin. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Tell your story, hon.
Okay, first I want to tell you, Nikki, thank you for opening this platform for everyone and being so respectful and awesome. So I just want to say thank you.
You're very welcome.
I'll be quick. I know a lot of people want to get on here. I've experienced supernatural for pretty much my entire life, as far back as I can remember. It started with shadow people, is what I used to call them, because I didn't know other people saw shadow figures either, because no one talked about it. So I would just call them shadow people, and they would come in the form of like my parents and stuff like that. And but I knew they weren't my parents because they were just weird. But anyway, that's a different story. I wanted to bring up a different one, like fast forward way into my teens. I was over at my best friend's house, and we grew up together since like 1st grade, and I was about, 12, 13 years old. And we had this little weird game thing that we would play with, where she had like an evil twin or something. And we just thought it was so funny, like, oh yeah, you have an evil twin. Like, if she'd do anything wrong, we were like, oh yeah, that was Hillary, because her name was Heather. And it's funny because it was way before, Hillary Clinton or whatever. But no, we're like, oh no, that was Hillary. She did it, right? So we just joke around like that, and we would talk about it like all the time. Like, yeah, it's just your evil twin. Well, one night I was staying the night at her house, and we just pulled out the hide-a-bed, and we're out there watching movies and whatever. And I was passed out. We were all sleeping, and then out of a dead sleep, something flicked me in the face, and like kind of like if you flicked a scrunchie in someone's face. You can kind of tell how old I am then, I guess. So I'm definitely past 18. We had scrunchies, okay, in the 80s, 90s, and it like flicked me in the face, and I woke up. I was like, what the heck? And I looked, and it's her standing over the bed, my friend Heather. And I'm like, okay, what are you doing? You know, and she's just standing there, not moving, just staring at me. And I'm like, well, that's kind of creepy, you know, like, what the hell, you know? I'm like, hi, how are you? What are you doing? And she's not answering me. And so I turn and look, and actually my friend's still sleeping next to me on the hide-a-bed. I'm like, what the frick? So I turn back around again, and that thing is gone, okay? And I'm like, all right, crap. So I could still feel the pain on my face from something flicking me. So I was like, okay, that's not my imagination. Something actually just hit me in the face. And so I get up out of the bed, typical white person, right? We have to go check out what happened, right? So I'm getting up and I'm looking around the whole house. Everybody's asleep. She has a little sister, like a couple years younger than her, that looks pretty close to her. So I'm like, okay, maybe it was Amber, you know? So I'm getting up looking if Amber's asleep. Nope, awake. Nope, she's dead asleep. Everybody's asleep. There's no running. There's no laughing. No someone like hiding behind, laughing at me or whatever. And so what I have to say about that is that I feel like we manifested this thing, just by always referring to her evil twin. I feel like we made this thing come to life. And so that's kind of my takeaway with that one. I have tons of other stories, but that's the one I really wanted to share, is like, be careful what you talk about, I guess, and believe in. So that's it.
It sounds like you guys summoned a tulpa.
Oh, that's what they're called?
Yeah, a tulpa is something that you will to existence, that you believe and you think about, and you literally just will them into being. That's how, Mindy Boys, Flesh Pedestrians, Bigfoot, stuff like that have happened. They're all tulpas. Because enough people started believing in them that they became real.
Well, I definitely think that's what happened. I really do. So that's what I'm saying, like, be careful what you, like, I think that's why voodoo works too, because I think people just have to believe in it, and then it actually takes place. Oh. But anyway, thank you for letting me share.
You're welcome.
Get on.
Thank you for coming up here and sharing.
This is good news because it means your manifestations work when you believe in them.
How do you spell that? TULPA.
Your good manifestations, your divine guidance and protection manifestations.
Josh, you are next.
Hey, what's going on? I'm trying to keep mine kind of short. I haven't told this story really to much people in a long time. It's a long time ago. I'm 39, so this is like 15 years ago. I'm in Miami. I'm kind of out there roaming around, I don't have a place to stay. I'm just kind of really struggling. And I'm like sleeping on the beach, crashing in hotels when I can. And I kind of, it's supernatural in a way, but it's also kind of metaphysical. I just kind of was losing my I don't want to curse, losing my stuff kind of. And eventually I started to like see reality differently. Like I would see like literally the beach and sand and stuff manifest itself as I took steps. And then I would see portals in certain places. I was really on a spiritual quest at the time, but I didn't really know much about stuff back then. And things were changing. I was just seeing all this weird stuff. And then I get to a place where I'm at this like hotel, the spa thing, and I heard an audible voice. And it, like, I don't know if it was a demon or what, or I couldn't tell you. But their voices are not like ours. They're very deep and bassy. It was like, it was very like a guttural sound. It was external. And I looked around and no one's in this hot tub near me. They're in the pool over there. But I started noticing that the more I went into this place, I was in South Beach, by the way, I started to feel the vibes of South Beach. It was like, to me, a very demonic place. I started to see people's faces in a different way. Their energy was coming at me. I even saw some angelic figures, and I didn't know it at the time. I saw a guy the day before who had these angel wing tattoos on his back, and he was really short. I saw the same guy the next day with a little glow in his eye, but he was really tall. And I ended up running into a celebrity, Jack Nicholson, the actor. I couldn't really see him, but I could literally see like his energy, like the glow around him. He was at this bar that we were at, and I was just like, I don't know what was happening to me. I'm still, to this day, I haven't quite all figured it out. But I was really letting go of stuff. I was like kind of out there. I wasn't talking to family. I didn't have a phone. I was just kind of letting go. And the more I let go of layers of reality, you could see like just down to its core. So it was really cool, but it was really scary. It was really trippy. Long story short, I ended up getting arrested because I was out in the street, basically kissing these. I don't remember. After that happened, I kind of don't remember a lot for the next couple days. They said I was picking up grass and handing it out, saying everybody's rich, and they said I was kissing car tires to bless them. So they ended up putting me in this hospital. I had to get picked up.
Wow.
I don't think I'm nuts. I don't think I'm crazy. I just think that I kind of broke reality for me for a while, and then after a couple of days, it all kind of came back down. But reality is much more fickle and trippy than we realize, and I had those experiences, man. I haven't really told that story a lot, but that's pretty much it.
Wow.
Thank you for sharing, sir.
Yeah.
And also, thank you for the gifts. Don't think I haven't noticed them. Thank you for the gifts.
It wasn't a dream. I was in Miami, roaming around for a couple of weeks, seeing strange things. It was for real. Yeah.
I definitely believe you. I believe you too. It's stranger stuff has happened.
Stranger things. That's a thought in my mind.
Ready?
Jen, you're gonna love this.
Pause here for a second because there's everything slowed down. So I'm gonna take a pause here for a second and say thank you for those who have gifted. I greatly appreciate it. They're not as welcomed. Also, if you just joined my live, besides the guidelines, I have 2 rules: no being rude, no politics. I also ask, it is never rule, but I ask that you do not preach or push your religion. Nobody wants that.
They just said Stranger Things, and I saw a picture of Stranger Things on my phone right now.
Because this platform here is so that when people can share stories and actually have fun. So, thank you, Josh, for saying your story, and thank you for all of you who have also shared your story. I greatly appreciate it, and I'm sure everybody else who's here has and does, because you don't realize how much you aren't alone until you get into places like this and you hear other people talk about it and you realize, oh, okay, I'm not alone.
Yeah, you're right.
You realize you're not going crazy either.
Yeah. I've been trying to be nice. You have ridden the line very, very closely. Is your name Wolf?
No. Hey, my phone didn't say it. It might have cut off.
Alright, I'm dropping you down. Josh and Spin Nasty. You've already told the story today, so I'm gonna move up to Alex and then Belle, and then after Belle, we'll go back to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Alex. Can I get an age?
41. And I want to tell my story about how I used to live in a haunted apartment or a haunted house. It's like a duplex.
That's my story.
So we were little kids,
That's the story.
Press the star key. Sorry. Customer has 16 minutes. Please hold. You are now connected.
Hi, this is Dylan.
Hey, this is Susan from Texas. I'm my sister in the middle building. Do you see her? Is she still not going to move her stuff out of this building, or what do you see happening?
Let me take a look for you. 1 second. One second. Just reading the cards here. I see a very stubborn energy. A very stubborn energy here. Not being receptive. Is she being, commanded to move her things by law, or?
Has she been told to do something? I'm thinking my nephew is about to or already has. She thinks nothing's going to happen.
But does she have to move her things legally, or?
I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. He's got a lawyer. I'm thinking that he wait till the first of the year. He's in the proceedings of it. So do you see justice coming?
I could see maybe even getting like the authorities involved if push comes to shove, because I do see that.
Well, it's not far off, is it?
I don't think so. No, I think it's an option.
Oh, I'm sure he's got a lawyer. He's an architect. His wife is a lawyer. I'm sure that. So I've been told that from one side he does have a lawyer or authority or somebody that's telling him what to do. So,
yeah.
Are they gonna give her? Maybe they already gave her some time that she needs to get it out by a certain date. Do you see her getting pissed when this happens?
Let's see. Yes, I could definitely see that happening. Yeah, I could see her being upset.
Well, I mean, we have to do without money, so can she.
Yeah.
Do you see my friend Curtis visiting me?
Let's see. I don't see that anytime soon. No, I don't see that coming
How do
through.
you mean soon? Like a week away or a month away or what?
Well, I just don't see it really happening. I mean, if it hasn't happened yet, I just feel like at some point you just got to take it as maybe he's not going to be interested. Well, I mean, if you know what I'm saying, like if it's been several years that he's visited, you know. So.
Oh, well, he's already has told something about visiting, but he's a law officer. They're very busy. I could tell on his face because he hasn't done nothing. All right, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Snaps her fingers, and this man, he goes into the sunken place, and it's like this kind of feeling. I felt like I was no longer in my body. I felt completely disconnected from reality. I couldn't even tell at that point. I couldn't feel my body. I couldn't even figure out if my eyes were open or closed or not. But I felt like something was around me. My whole body was buzzing, and this bright blue turquoise light filled up my entire awareness. And again, like, I couldn't feel my physical body, but it was like I was in this blue, turquoisey, like sky blue, bright ass light. Like, there was no sense of time or space or any kind of physical feeling that I would have had to my body. It was like I had just become part of this light. And I can't even, like, just even talking about it makes me want to choke up, because it was such an experience that I can't even really describe that well with words, because it was just not of this place. Like, it was just not, it had no, I can't describe it really. And as I was seeing this bright light, these blue kind of dots of darker blue energy started to form into some kind of pattern very slowly. Like, they would kind of, it's so hard to describe. I'm so sorry. I'm trying my best here. But it would kind of, like, these blue circles of energy would start to slowly kind of form, and it was creating a pattern. At this point, I was filled with fear. I was in awe, but I was in fear. And I think I was starting to be pulled out of it. And I think whether it was my spirit guides, protectors, guardian angels, whatever, who were with me during this experience, I think they could sense that I was overwhelmed by what was happening to me, because, like I said, I was somewhere else. And that's the only way I can say this. It felt like I had died. And I think that they knew I was afraid, because I was pulled out of it. And when I came out of this, I was trembling like unlike anything I have ever trembled before. In the coldest of weather, I was shaking. No. And I opened my journal, and I started to write what had happened to me. And I still have this journal entry. And you can see how poor my handwriting is. Because my hand was shaking so bad I couldn't even write. So immediately I called my parents, and I was crying. I was completely hysterical on the phone trying to explain what was going on to them. And that will just leave me forever changed. I remember when I was coming out of it, it was like everything around me was distorted. Like, it felt like I had to, like, readjust to having a body again in a weird way. And I know this sounds crazy, and I want to say, like, I don't have any history of mental illness. I've never done any hard drugs. I've never even done anything hallucinogenic before to make me kind of predisposed to seeing something like this. But it was completely unreal. I remember I was so confused after that. I sought out a medium. And that was something I had never done before. It was somebody I was really interested in and had been kind of curious about for a while. She told me it was the spirit of Yeshua. I don't know. She told me that they knew I was afraid and didn't want to further overwhelm me, but I still think about it every day, and I wonder, like, what if I would have just pushed through the fear and continued to kind of ride it out and see what would have appeared to me. But I don't think I was ready for that. But it was amazing. And I guess my message of this whole thing is there is another side, and I felt it, and it was the most beautiful, amazing thing. And I don't know what it was. If anybody in the comments can give me any idea as to what it was, I would love to hear that, or if you've had a similar experience, because I think about it every day, and I'm just confused, I guess. But anyways, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your story, Mel. I greatly appreciate your story, and I'm pretty sure it's everybody else's who liked it too. Ollie, you said you wanted to say something?
Not of those stories. There's actually a lot of things that I've actually been through myself. The one thing I do want to mention on, I think it was the one that was talking about the house that she's in right now. I can't remember her username, but while she was talking, I heard an echoey child's voice. And I don't know if anybody else heard that, but I heard an echoey child's voice.
I don't know. Okay, so we'll do Spit Nasty, and then Lucid Dream. and then Alyssa, and then after that, I'm going to have to take a pause from the stories because Kashmir and Red need to do their thing if Red is still in the call here. And then after that, we can go back with more stories if I have enough time. Alright, so get those up there so that way they're okay, so those two are ready. Red, Kashmir is the lady who needs help. Kashmir, Red is the red beard is the one that says he can help you. I'll give you guys a platform to tag in just a minute, but first I want to get these stories real quick. So Smith Nasty, do another story if you don't mind, and then we'll move up to Lucid Dreams.
Hi y'all. Okay, this story I'm like really not talking about because me personally, I'm still like kind of confused if it was something like supernatural or just something mental. But it's like pretty crazy. It's like 2021. I'm cracking my bones. It was 2021 and I was in a mental hospital. And I was very manic. Like I didn't know that at the time, but looking back I can see like I was manic. And I met 3 different people like that are involved in the story. And we played this like really stupid game where you get a deck of playing cards and you shuffle it up a bit, and then you place about 16 face down, and you ask yes or no questions, and red is no, black is yes, and then you like move your hand slowly over the cards, and then you flip a card over. Obviously, like nothing happened from that. We were asking like really stupid questions, like, do you think my butt looks good in these pants? Stuff like that. And then at the time, I like knew a little bit more about spirituality and stuff, and so I was like, I can use the cards as like a tarot deck, right? And so we were doing that for like a while, like 2 minutes. And during this time, I was saying all kinds of stupid stuff. Like I was saying, I can summon demons. I can say the names of all these demons, and I can summon them. Please enter my vessel. Like I don't know what was wrong with me at the time, but that was crazy. And so we were like asking all these questions, and then it was like, I'm an 8-year-old girl and I passed away in this room. And I was like, no, whatever, this is a trickster. But the 2 dudes that like are involved in the story, they were like buying it and believing it, and they got mad at me that I wasn't. But they were trying to talk to it, and they were like throwing the cards on the table and like mixing it up and smearing it around. And so I was like, whatever. But they got very obsessed with the cards. All 3 of them did. And one day we were in like a hall messing with the cards, and color bestie, she's like staring at the cards really hard. She's like sweating, and so I'm like, oh no. And so I snapped in her face, and she doesn't do anything, and I clapped in her face. Her eyes don't even like blink, not even a little bit. And so I shove her like on her shoulder because I'm getting scared, and she's like, what? And I'm like, you're not good. Like, are you okay? Are you okay? And she starts laughing, and I'm like, you're not good. You're not good. We have to stop. And then eventually she yells at me, and she's like, I'm fine. And after a while, she like gets up and she's good, and we're all like pissing our panties because that's scary. And later that night, we got our outside privileges, right? And it was dark outside, and dude 2 starts whistling in the dark, and so I was like, shut up. And he was saying like the Appalachian no-no words. And then that night, I'm sorry. That night, Bestie, she, I don't know how to word this. She woke up with red lines, you know, like mental hospital red lines. And she says she remembers crying and not being in control. And she used her fingernails. And so we were like, what? what? And the two dudes woke up with bruises, but I kind of don't believe them because they were just on their arms, but it still happened. I had sleep paralysis. I'm not going to talk about all that because the story's already really long. And my roommate said I was talking in my sleep, and it was like a repetitive mumble. And after everybody woke up, they were kind of like confused. We were all saying like last night was really weird, right? Like that was weird. Like people said they had weird dreams, and they were hearing like running in the hallway and stuff. And we were just kind of like, okay. And that morning we had vitals, so they like put the thing on your arm and then on your finger, and then they like. And nurse was like asking me if I was okay because my vitals, like my heart rate was up like really, really high. And same thing happened with like the 3 other people. Our heart rate was like super high. And we all ate breakfast because breakfast was not mandatory, optional. Yep. And we all got nauseous, me and Guy too. We lost our
Ariel,
breakfast.
optional.
But Bestie and the other guy just were nauseous the whole day. And I already have hallucinations, like I've had them for a while. But after we played with the cards, they started like changing and getting different. And I would just see like things out of the corner of my eyes, or like shadows, or like people that weren't there. I can usually like get my phone, use the camera, and be like, okay, it's not there. But I obviously didn't have my phone. But I was seeing like bugs. I remember one time I like opened the toilet. I was going to the bathroom to like urinate, and I was just maggots in the toilet. And then I was like to my roommate, like, go look at the toilet. And she was like, ew, no. And I was also seeing people's faces like changing while they were talking to me. It was like somebody else was wearing their face, like a different face was happening, and I would just like turn away. And I started hearing like, hey, and it was my voice, it was Bestie's voice. At this point, Bestie and Guy 1 have been like discharged. They're like no longer in the building, right? And I was like doing really bad. I was getting chills, I was feeling like things were touching me, headaches, I couldn't sleep, even with like the meds that I was on for sleep. So I talked to the nurse about it, which was a really bad mistake because she sent me to Unit 5, which is like for paranoid schizophrenics, personality disorders, stuff like that. And I had to stay in that unit for 3 days, and it got so much worse. I started hearing laughing. I got like really bad, we call it heartburn whenever I tried to talk about it. And I had my 16th birthday there. And when I got discharged, I remember as soon as I walked out of the building, I felt like something was ripped off of me. I fell to the ground, and I threw up. I'm so sorry. It's okay, it's a fun story to tell.
It is funny, I'm sorry. I don't know if you heard me, I was giggling, I was trying not to be like rude.
No, it's okay, I'm a funny guy.
Alright, thank you for your story, it's been nasty.
Yeah, of course.
And you're always welcome back up to share more if you want.
Okay.
See you later, love. Alright, and now we're gonna go, because Alyssa's already been here before, so we're gonna go lucid dreaming, and then after lucid dreaming, we're gonna go Alyssa so she can tell her story, and then, as I said, we're going to allow Red to talk to Kashmir about the stuff that's happening with Kashmir, and then we'll go on with more stories if I have enough time. Because I have to end this live at 1 and it is 11. So, Mr. Jim, can I get a age? 30? Alright, then, what's your story?
I have a few small stories. They won't take long. I'll save the most realist ones for me last. The last two. Okay, so one was I was in my pool years ago. I was like a teenager, and I was looking up at the sky. It was daytime, and there was this white dot flying around, and I was just watching it because, you know, how often do you see a white dot flying around? And it was the distance of where a spaceship had been, but it was daytime, so it was super small, and then it stopped. And I noticed that it stopped, so I kept an eye on it, so it turned nighttime, and it like took on the form of I'll just go to the next one. One of the realest ones for me was me and my mother. I was a kid. We was laying. Our bed was by the window, and it was morning time, and we heard this scratching and knocking at the window, and it was on the glass. And I remember looking outside and seeing absolutely nothing. So my mom got up and she went to look out the front. It's a mobile home, so she was able to look out the front door and look down the side of the house to where the window was. So she said that there was this like man-sized thing clinging to the side of the house. It heard her open the door. It looked down. It detached itself from the side of the trailer and like took off over the top, and she could see it flying over for quite some time. And I've done research into that, and the only thing that I could come up with is like the Mothman, which I don't know. But that was like one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me, other than being at my friend's grandparents' house, which is a 90-year-old house. And it's a huge house, has a basement. So 90-year-old house, huge house with a basement. We was bored to scare ourselves, so we was contemplating it though. So we was standing outside of the basement door, and we just kept contemplating. Sorry, I'm reading the comments. Anyways, we was contemplating, and then when my friend went to unlock the door because it had a lock for some reason, there was this running up the stairs, literal full force running, and it like ran up the stairs, and we all just went running into each other. That was the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. There was another one, but like it literally, the stairs, the Mothman, and I don't know. But I guess that's it.
Wow.
I know that I had some friends, they took a video in an abandoned school, and in the video there was this screaming. Now, as unexplainable as these things are, especially footsteps running up the stairs or a creature on the side of a house flying and scratching at the window, I'm still open to like logical explanations, because the logical explanation for the basement thing was the window was open. It had little windows, and they found out that the window was open, so it could have been a squatter. But I remember what I was going to say. It was in that same house, they had so many paranormal experiences. I think one of them saw somebody that died in the house standing at the top of the stairs, and it's a really long staircase. And then my friend, she had a baby monitor in the same house, and saw on the baby monitor the same person in like black an outfit. And the other story I was going to tell was I was like not a teenager yet. I was about to be a teenager, and I was in a cemetery, and couldn't tell you why, but I felt the need to crouch down on one of those vault tombs that is like above ground, and it had the vents, and I stuck my ear up to the vent for some reason, and I heard a whisper, "Go away." Now, I don't know, but yeah, let's see. That's pretty much all I have. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, some of these things are unexplainable, but I'm still open to the logical parts. But
well, thank you for sharing your stories, Lucid. Usually I have one story per person. That's usually my thing, especially since I have to get through all of this. But thank you for sharing your stories. I'm really sure everybody else liked them as well. And thank you for coming up here and sharing them, because For a lot of people, that takes a lot of guts to do. So thank you for doing that.
Well, thank you for the platform.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And thank you for having me. Have a wonderful night.
You too. Okay, Alyssa, you go, and then I'll have Wally tell her story. And where?
Oh, get it.
Can you hear me? I just want to say thank you for allowing me to go a second time.
Oh my goodness.
Am I going? I'm sorry, who's talking?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So before, let's see. Okay, so I like going thrift shopping. One of the stores being Goodwill. And
I'm gonna say, oh my
I
god.
was browsing around the store, and
I bet you were,
they
you
had
fucking
saw
demon.
this porcelain doll that was
Oh no.
a porcelain doll that looked like it was from the 1900s, just no clothes, only the arms and the legs were made out of the porcelain part, and the body was just the cotton. The body part that was cotton was more of like a dark gray color, and the eyes were just weird looking, and I kind of looked at it for a good minute, and I just felt a weird feeling with it, and so I didn't touch it. I just looked at it. So I left Goodwill, and I didn't buy anything. It was probably, I would say, 7:45 during that time when I got home. And the type of home that I have is a townhome. So when you open the door, immediately you just see the staircase. And the light for the staircase is, right next to the staircase. And so I turn that on, and then immediately, I've lived here for about 2 years, and I just felt a spirit or an entity on the top of the staircase just staring at me. I just felt something. And I would say for maybe 2-3 days, I felt a very weird entity inside my home. And so I would begin to pray. I would begin to listen to the gospel. I would just listen to a lot of, gospel really. And then I would read the Bible. And one day I was talking to my boyfriend, and I have a set of hangers that are on my dresser. I have an IKEA dresser for my TV, and I had the hangers just right next to the TV on top of the dresser. And as we're talking, I've never experienced anything being physically thrown, but one of the hangers had flew right across from us in the middle of us as we were talking. And it just, he's never seen anything like this. So for him to witness this with me, because I usually see things on my own, and he just thinks that I'm crazy. But he saw this firsthand with me because it happened right in front of him. And he's like, all right, I'm going to go take a shower, as if it didn't happen. And I'm just looking at him. I'm shocked. I'm white. And so me, myself, with becoming as religious as I am, I went to the area where the hanger was thrown, and I felt so cold. My hairs on my neck stood up, and at this point I knew I had to,
basically talk to the spirit, because at this point I knew that there was a spirit in my home that didn't have permission to come here, and I'm most certain that it was a spirit transfer from that doll that I saw at Goodwill, and it went with me. I'm not sure how. As religious as I am, I don't carry any negative energy with me, but this spirit just basically attached himself to me, and this Goodwill is miles away from where I live. So I'm surprised that it had followed me to my home. And I would say after a day or two, when I had told the spirit that they did not have permission to come here, that they were not allowed to, come in my home, I had to get holy water. I had to basically bless my home over again. That's when it had left, and I felt more at peace with my house. But another thing as well is I found more of like a scripture book at Ross, because I love shopping. So there's a lot of scripture book at Ross, and I guess a lesson learned that I had learned from this experience is whether if you see something or think that's something that is doing good, so far as like an object that's a scripture book of God, you don't know what kind of evil spirit attached themselves to it. So I would just be very mindful when it comes to that kind of stuff and bringing it home with you. Even if you look at something, don't focus on it for such a long time, because something could happen to you where a spirit would attach himself to you like they did to me. And so that's my story.
Hell no.
That's another good story, Alyssa.
Thank you. That's the stories that I have for the rest of the night. I won't say anymore, but hopefully if you do have another live in the further future, I'll probably tell more.
Yeah, we eventually plan on going live every week. For those who just joined and haven't been here, I will let you know that I try to go live every day about... I see gobble babies. You can see I'm trying to do something. Hold on just like 2 seconds, please. Anyway, sorry. My oldest was telling me that my youngest needs more Cheetos. Anyway. I go live every single day. Wednesdays, I probably won't be going live till about 7 or 8, because I have D&D in the mornings and then my daughter's appointments in the afternoons. And right, Sabi? And on Thursdays, I have D&D in the evenings from like 5 o'clock to 9, so I probably won't be getting on till about 10:30ish on Thursdays, but I do go live every single day. So you can come in here and you can say as many stories as you want, because I'll be here, and if you don't get to this time, there will always be the next time, unless somebody causes me to be banned, and then, I'll just let everybody know until, I can get back on. So,
thank you for having me again.
Yeah, thank you too. And here, I see, now you can come get your Cheetos. Gosh dang it. Okay, Ollie, you do your story real quick, and then, we'll worry about the thing between Kashmir and Red, and then Rhonda can do her story.
Alright. So, this was within the past few years. I was living with my ex at her grandma's house, and at the time, I didn't know anything about what was going on, but we had a couple people that needed places to stay, so we asked for permission from her grandmother to allow a couple other people to stay with us for a little bit. Well, that was the wrong idea to do, because one of the people that we allowed to pretty much stay with us for about
3 to 4 months. Ended up cursing her grandmother's house, which in turn had a lot of spiritual activity go on. And at that time, I was still kind of new to my spiritual stuff that I got into. But after it ended up doing, and that situation happened, one of my objects that was actually breakable, I was sleeping, me and my ex were sleeping, and when I had sat up, I had noticed that that object had been thrown from across the room. Now, it didn't get broke yet, but then after I had woken up and I was sitting up, I saw it fly right towards me, and it broke as it hit the ground right in front of me. Now, there's a lot of stories from that house, but that one was the most memorable because of the fact that I had literally never had anything thrown at me at that point. I had only had pretty much more things that I had seen and heard and felt, but not witnessed being thrown. But that part is my story. I will hand it off to the other two amazing people that wanted to have the conversation.
Okay, so for real quick, I'm going to have to pause these stories because Red here has been wanting to help Kashmir with something. So Kashmir, Red, if you could unmute yourself so you guys could talk to each other, you could go on ahead and do so.
How you doing?
Kashmir? Kashmir?
Do they know they're muted? Kashmir, you're muted.
Okay, I'm here. Goodness.
All right.
Hi, Red. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Can you give me like a really quick rundown of? So it feels like there's an entity with you.
Yes.
It's with you.
We lived on a private estate. Moved into a home that, when this owner was alive, would not allow anyone to live in. We moved in. It was infested. I've been attacked. We've heard voices. And I was told by this thing that it was going to unalive the child that loved me most, in those words. And it happened. There have been altogether 4 male deaths of women, including myself, on that property. It was a private estate, and we had moved away, got away, left the state, wound up back in New Jersey, and somehow, some way, we wound up just down the road, across the river from that home. Since living here, I've had it felt like a man breathe in my ear, and I've also heard that it was going to unalive me. And 6 months to the day since we moved in here, I have now found out I have cancer. And I do have a child still living in New Jersey, a child in Pennsylvania, and I'm afraid that its reach is far more than I could have expected. I battled it while we lived there. I don't know what to do at this point. I may not be able to do anything for myself at this point in time, but as I said, I have adult children. I know that my neighbor who lived there with me, who lost a child while she lives there, her husband is still employed, even though they no longer live on that property. She just recently lost another child. And if it is still attached, I need to unattach it. I need to make sure that if I have to leave this plane, that they're going to be safe from it, and that I am not going to be trapped there when I leave. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it to have the power to keep me there and if the time comes that I am unalive. Like, I need to make sure this thing is gone.
Yeah.
I mean, I've contacted...
Give me permission to come into your energy so I can...
Yes, please. Please. And I have to say that at first it wanted me to make the choice, and when I refused, it decided it would.
Okay, so I can see it, and I'm gonna attach it, the cord from it to a candle. I'm gonna get rid of it for you. So you'll feel me there.
It's like I can see an eye.
He's not gonna want to go, but we're gonna make him. Why isn't witchcraft the answer? Why not?
I feel a pulling on my legs.
He's trying to hold on. You won't be able to though. You'll be
I close my eyes, it's like an opening and with light, fire, or electricity. My body's moving, and I'm not doing it.
Firmly tell it that it's not welcome anymore.
You are not welcome anymore.
You are not welcome anymore.
I want you gone from me, my family. I want you gone.
Same.
My right leg is literally turning out by itself. Like, I am not controlling my leg.
And just relax and let it do that. I think it's coming, like that's probably where, oh, did you feel that? Did it feel like it let go?
I felt like it's like pulling the bottom of my leg, like a struggle to hold on.
A big part of it's gone. That's just its residual energy, I think, now.
To answer your guys' questions verbally, because I'm tired of typing it, he is trying to pull the negative energy from Kashmir off of her because she's being trapped by this entity that's been stuck to her. So Redbeard is trying to pull it off of her. If that's what you want to know what's going on. Handle, and he's also using his own energy. I don't know what else he is. He doesn't really talk about it. That's his thing.
What do you feel at the moment?
The involuntary body movements have stopped. My toes are just kind of twitching. Feeling the normal pain of my disease that I have, and I don't see anything when I close my eyes now. I just see darkness like it should be.
Oh, I love that.
The children laughing are red balloons.
Oh yeah, my kids are outside playing. It's the daytime here. Is there somewhere in your house that just feels a bit dank, energy feels very stagnant?
The bedroom.
Yeah.
We don't.
So there's got to be okay. You wanna just think about it so I can find it. You don't have to go there, but if you just think about it, I'll be able to go there. Have you got stuff like stored in there?
Yes. That's what we use it for, storage.
Yeah. So there's a portal in there, so we're going to close that so they can't come back.
No, it can't capture her spirit. You're right. But it can't burn it away. And that is what he's trying to do. It's burning the connection between her and it.
And the connection between her and it is gone now. I'm just closing the portal so nothing else can come back through it.
And it won't be able to find me. or my family, right?
No, it's gone. It was nasty, whatever it was.
Oh,
Very nasty.
it took a child, so yeah. Yeah. Was it because of me being able to see the unaliving of people before it actually happened? Like I could see it actually happening, like I was there, but they couldn't see or hear me. Was it that? Or is that something that I've had?
It feels like it's been with you for a long time.
You're right, Wade. And I don't know what to call you. You're right.
Because Jesus wasn't walking down the street. If I look at somebody, I see them a certain way, or I don't see them a certain way, and I know that their unaliving is coming. But those closer to me, I see the actual events before it occurs.
That's all.
Yeah, it would be nice if that would stop.
Well, hopefully it was this entity doing that. It was
Hello?
Very securely. No, demons are definitely not apparently evil. I work with demons, and they're nicer than angels most times.
Yeah,
That's why people call them cookie dicks.
I could smell this thing, like, and the smell was beyond dead. It was a very sour smell, and nobody else could smell it. And I just never wanted to be able to find me or anybody in my family ever again, or any of its cohorts.
Yeah.
No. Don't.
Well, I sent you a follow request. Sorry.
No. Okay. Go, Fred.
I sent you a follow request. Give me a follow back. If anything else happens, just send me a message, and I'll we will help you get rid of it. And for right now, it feels gone. The portal's closed. There shouldn't be any reason that it can come back. But if for some reason it does, reach out again.
Yeah, because I know where it's at. Like, and I don't even go to that area. Won't go to that area. Thank you for sending me the follow request, and it'll be from Red, right?
Redbeard.
Yeah, the Redbeard. Yeah.
Redbeard. Okay. I cannot thank you enough. You don't know how much it means to me. And thank you, Nikki.
You're welcome. And not if she doesn't believe it, brave son, whatever you want to call yourself. It your Jesus works for you. If she doesn't believe it,
growing up Roman Catholic, like, I'm not like, I'm spiritual. I'm not practicing anything, but this is a horrible experience, and I am grateful for those who never have had to experience it.
Yeah.
okay, well, if that is done, Fred, is it done?
Yeah, all done. Each hand, I'm good at
If that is done, we are going to go back to the sleeping. I have an hour left to do stories, and then I have to shut down my live. Because apparently my husband wants to spend time with me before we go to bed. So.
Okay, thank you, Red. I'm going to find you. Thank you.
All right, and this makes it Rhonda's turn to do a story. How are you, Rhonda?
I'm doing great. And I love that you keep the don't push religion on people rule active. That's appreciated.
You're welcome. And I'm sorry about that. It's just that was the best way at that moment that I could think of getting a hold of Kashmir without like a bunch of missing and playing phone tag and whatnot. So for those who don't know, I'm sorry. It's the only way I could do that. What?
I appreciate that you could try to help her. And I am a practicing practitioner myself, and I don't think she's fully done with that thing. And if she doesn't believe she's not done with it, it's not done with her. So that's one of the hardest lessons to learn is when you think it's gone and it's not.
Alright, Rhonda, what kind of story did you want to share though?
I don't have many, but mine's more of a lesson learned. I've seen things since I was a child, and I was told, being brought in multiple different families because I was a foster child for a while, that what I felt and what I saw and what I could do was evil. So when a particular issue happened with a friend of mine who was a Christian and was brought up in the faith, called me evil, and disowned me as a friend, I turned everything off and blocked myself from everything and ignored anything that tried to come my way. And then I had a daughter. And my daughter started experiencing things, and like the young person who was speaking of mental health earlier, sometimes it can express itself that way. But there are reality-based tests you can use to find out if that is mental illness and seeing things because you're not well, or seeing things because it's part of who you are. For my daughter, it turned out to be both, unfortunately, because I didn't see the signs of what she was able to do until it had already turned against her. We're finding our way back through, but I opened myself back up to everything to help her find her way, and she is now mentally stable, mentally healthy, and doing very well. And she sees things along with us. We just got back from a trip yesterday where we all experienced quite a bit, so happy ending to a story.
Very happy ending.
Yes, and not every child has that opportunity, and I didn't as a child. I was brought up being told I was evil and that it was bad, and it's not evil or bad. Just because what I was seeing wasn't happy doesn't make it bad. It just made it what was given to me. The way I was born. Same for my daughter.
Baby, we were born this way.
I'm sorry, my daughter keeps coming up here and bothering me, and I know you guys don't like hearing her, so.
I don't mind, I'm a mama.
A 4-year-old and an 18-month-old.
16 and 18.
Thank you for sharing your story again. I'm gonna have you hop down now, so I can invite somebody else up.
Is
it Rika? Is that how you say your name, hun?
It's Kira.
Oh, Kira, that's a K. I am so sorry.
No, you're fine. Don't worry. The font messes with everyone.
How old are you?
I'm 20. I'm trying to think of which one to tell. I have two different entities I can speak about. I'm gonna go with the more positive one. This is a story about, it was a tea-induced, quote-unquote, dream that I have had after doing a bout of shadow work. I had ended up passing out at the desk before I had to move over to my bed to fully sleep. And I had passed out, and in the dream, I had awoken into a forest in the middle of the night. Evergreen trees, kind of really foggy, and I couldn't see very much in front of me until I was able to walk, and I started to see the mountain range up in the distance. I got into the mountain range, and I had seen a path that led up the side of this mountain that went into a cave that I had seen walking up to it. I climb the steps and I go into the cave, and the cave isn't empty, but it's filled with, let's say, furniture, like a house almost. It had a table that looked like an altar space. It was decorated with liquor bottles covered in wax. There was dead plants hanging on the wall. There were stacks and stacks of books. There were keys lying around everywhere. And there were just a lot of bones around the place. I apologize, it's so windy up. I'm outside right now, and the wind is kind of fucking with the little tent that I'm in right now. But, anyways, I was looking to the cave, and I've seen all of these items that were scattered around the place, and in the dream, I had felt the need to turn around. And as I turn around, there is this woman standing at the entrance of the cave, silhouetted by the moonlight. Hold on, I'm going to put a picture of what I had seen up on the screen. It was... here we go. This is a goddess I follow. Her name is Hecate. I had seen this in full body view standing at the entrance of the cave. And the details were really hard to make out in the moment, but my mind had stored everything like a download, and I was able to bring this back up later while I was writing everything down. I only got to see her for a split moment until it felt like I was being yanked into the darkness of the cave system that went in deeper, and I fell in. And I'd seen her standing at the edge looking down at me as I'd fallen into this pitch blackness. And my mind had cut out for a second and then cut back in, and I was surrounded in this black, murky tangle of, I could only say like snakes, almost. It was this dark pool that I was sent to, and it was inscribed with almost like thread thin sigils, numbers, and like sacred geometry, a bunch of arcane symbols and arcane wisdom was being like shown through my lens as I was looking into this deep abyss of nothingness and floating in it like space. I ended up staying in this space for about a good 2 hours in real time because I was checking the clock every single time my body allowed me to wake up. And I stayed in this abyssal plane, and I had flowed with the fabrics of time and reality as I had seen these, almost passing by these different creatures in different aspects and archetypes. I had seen temples, I had seen pits within this giant, massive pits. I had seen these dragon-esque like creatures where their features were distorted beyond actual comprehension, like smiles that go past their actual face, and just almost, you know, when your mind tries to comprehend infinity and tries to go insane while doing so. I didn't go insane. I ended up staring this shit in the face, and it was a lot to take in while I was asleep, because when I'm asleep, I know that I'm dreaming, and I'm able to see the things around me, but I'm not able to control them. So I was taking a passenger seat, looking through this giant abyssal plane, and the last time I woke back up, I had fallen right back to sleep, but I did not go back to the abyssal plane, and I ended up actually crashing out into sleep. And I woke up the next morning, and I was able to memorize all of this. And I had to go through my mentor and ask exactly where I went. And their words, they told me I had ended up in what they call the abyss, which is essentially a soul acid. One of the lowest dimensions you can kind of reach in terms of my belief, and I was basically swimming around in soul acid. And it was a fun trip and fun experience, and it was nice to meet one of the gods who I follow. And it was a nice experience for me, and it was definitely nice to see something that is dark, but not evil. But that's the only story that I have so far. I have another one, but it's a lot more like to talk about. But other people have stories to go on after me, so I will let them go ahead and do this.
Thank you for sharing, Kira.
Of course, thank you for letting me on.
I love the way you did the vlog. I've yet to figure out how to do that on my own. I am not smart when it comes to technology. So. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for coming out here.
Of course, thank you.
You're welcome. Al?
Yes, yeah.
All right, thank you, love. Okay.
And light up around the house and like with me.
Because we do
Yeah, I would say all of her energy inside and out, unconscious, subconscious. Hi, this is Dylan. Good. How about you? Okay, I hear a lot of static on the line, so I don't know if you could hear me well. I don't know if that's your line. There's a lot of clipping and chipping static. So, okay. Well, you might want to call back again because I don't ever get that. So that might be the line. So, Yeah, I could see favorable energy for that as well.
All right. Well, that's all I needed then. Thank you.
All right. God bless you. Good night. Hey, what's up? I was just about to start recording for the signs, and then I got a caller, so just wanted to take that call. So I'm going to do these quick 1-minute videos here. The energy. Spirit of gratitude, joy, love, and light, highest possible messages at this time. Let's get some fun energy. Yeah, I was listening to a ghost story and somebody mentioned Stranger Things. But I was listening to the ghost story. I was on a dating app and one of the girls' pictures was from the Stranger Things show, from one of the sets there that they use. Okay, this is just going to be general 1-minute messages. I see an offer here coming in. The knights are the facilitators here. So someone could be giving water to something that is dead or has died down. It could be a relationship. I see this marking or signaling a completion, moving on to the next phase. Okay, it could be a divine feminine energy. Feels like it's coming for you, or someone is messaging on their behalf. Remember, I just said marking the signaling of an end here. This will be a victory for some here. Could also be a lot of clearing away of old energy, saying out loud an incantation, I release any energy that might be binding me or that might be latched onto me from the past. So I do believe in a lot of fate and destiny. I also believe in manifestation, meaning you can kind of pick higher and higher timelines that are always going to have to do with the work that you're meant to do here. The magician's hand in the reverse is that fated, destined energy in regards to the work that you're meant to be doing. I'm just getting that the path is cleared for you to kind of run full steam ahead. You're picking up on those lessons of the new form of currency here, the new form of currency being time and attention. And once you're running in that direction, you have a second polarity that you could toggle between. And so now what you have is a sliding window or a sliding door. In any great music, you need tension, but in order to have tension, you need two polarities. So now you've discovered that kind of dimmer switch of those polarities, which is going to bring you a lot of success. Six in the reverse could be a leaving of the past for good, officially, cutting ties. I also see that you successfully have outlets for any energies that may have been triggered within you. For me, those that would be working out, getting a good workout in, getting a good run. I love to run outside at night. It's very peaceful, very calm. Yeah, I see luck changing, definitely wish fulfillment here. I recently wrote some affirmations and manifestations in my I'm calling this a manifestation box. And I put them in there until the manifestations come true. So you might want to do something as well in regards to your personal stability. I'm getting yes. Felicity. NT wanted to contact you last night. Okay, I see marriage. I see orthodoxy. I see tradition here. Not taking a leap, not taking a new start, not jumping away, still either wanting to hold on to it or pour into it. Okay, could have been something that could have been a landscape that you kept to, could be a living situation that you're holding on to, that you're still wanting to revive. I do see that being successful. Okay. It's almost as if alchemically you're trying to revive. Could be parts of your life, or I'm just getting a lot of kind of tied to maybe a place of dwelling where you're currently residing. Okay, whatever your energy you're bringing to the table, you are revitalizing and reinvigorating it. Okay, just know that there's no time frame. You don't need to put a time stamp. She already asked her question, Jen. Thank you. Okay, this is successes, celebration. This is a decision about some form of celebration. Okay, I'm getting more of a character arc here as well, though. Almost like you're deciding to have serious fun here. You're deciding to get real serious about the fun that you're having here. And or you are employing the alchemical substance that is fun, right? The ethereal alchemical, the meta chemical. You're infusing what you're doing with fun. Almost as if you're saying, well, if I'm not going to go anywhere, I might as well, align my energies with something kind of high vibrational, ethereal. And that's where you get the divine coming into play to help you out. Yeah, we're on the West Coast. Well, I'm on the West Coast. It's midnight here. So channeling midnight vibes. See a lot of enthusiasm, moving, receiving a direction, almost as if you're fulfilling your own karmic scales, meaning you're balancing the scales of justice in your favor. You're not necessarily waiting where the universe can do it for you. You're doing it for yourself. This comes also in the form of your outlets, self-love, doing things for yourself, going for a run, working out. This is also going to help you pull in your twin flame. Something curious that was kind of a download was speaking to your twin flame before you go to sleep, talking to that person if you're in separation. You don't even have to know their name or how they look. You don't have to know them. You're creating the category of them in the field, in the 5D. And then you're slowly kind of piecing them together. All right, I'm going to leave that there. Okay, this is an obligation or a responsibility. At times, it could be an addiction, something that you're bonded to in a negative way. We spoke a lot about clearing any negative bonds, unconscious or conscious, so as to help continue on your path of the work that you're meant to do here. I'm getting that a lot of you who are resonating with this specific reading, you're meant to do a specific type of work here to bring quality and value to the world through your vibration, through what you have to offer. It could be knitting, guitar, personal trainer, whatever you do. It doesn't have to be traditional. It's high vibrational, and or you can infuse what you're doing with a high vibrational element that will act as, that consistency will become an asset or a resource that others will want to learn from or draw upon. Okay. See coming out of conflict here, freed up energy. The Empress is here. She always represents a positive omen in love and romance. For you, it could be specifically in regards to romance, or resources. If there's been emotional stagnant energy, I'm getting that that's going to pick up. Okay, the Empress is going to drop a blessing on you. The energy of the Empress. The energy of the Empress is very influential, loving, warm, very trusting, almost as if reality is a bed for her to cozy up on and lay upon. You want to bring that energy. You want to trust that. You want to get really familiar with that energy. Okay, it's like taking your bed when you sleep at night and you're so comfortable, but taking that feeling with you throughout your day, that level of trust with you in the other areas of your life. Let me see. Who are you talking to, Jennifer? What are you talking about? Not listening. What energy coming off to her? Talking about the Empress? Five of Pentacles, I've been reading as turning a corner. Okay, turn a corner here. When you go within, shapes and objects cease to be. Okay? And you open yourself to the field of possibility here. I'm seeing consistency in value, consistency in worth. I'm seeing that you've reached a level And I don't mean in this arrogant way, but you've discovered what your niche is. And so now you could really kind of go all in about what you're consistently bringing to the table. See this Two of Pentacles? This beautiful gal really knows what she's doing. Okay, she has such nimble agility here, such dexterity and poise, effortless beauty here. And you too move like that throughout your day with your energy. Emotionally, maybe some lingering things from the past. You might want to do some clearing affirmations, saying out loud, I release any energies that no longer serve me, that I may have been holding consciously or unconsciously. Now, if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty, say you are in a dwelling that you shared with an ex-lover, such as myself. You can really even speak to the energies that might be imbued in the walls, in the architecture. And you could even say by those energy modules as well, I release you. You are no longer welcome here. Okay, so you're both talking to the 3D structure and the subconscious, unconscious, and conscious parts of yourself to clear up and free those energies. Okay. So yeah, that's that message. I'm going to leave that there. I'll let you go. What else? What else? What's up, Colum? Just hanging out, recording some content here. It's about midnight here on the West Coast, California. Just enjoying some hot coffee. Some black coffee. In order to have your free question, you have to like the video and subscribe. So let me know when you've done that. And I'll answer your question. Column. I don't see the like. The like should have gone up to 10. Or did you already like the video? Okay, thank you. The question is, should I ever double message Kate in my life, in my dimension? Let's see what we got here. I don't really see anything about double messaging. I would say no. I would say no. And also, you got to remember that this is going to sound weird, but there's no such thing as like Kate. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a concept that we made up. People are concepts that we make up and we attribute feelings for and characteristics. So if you want to free yourself from being obsessed with a person, then you might want to look into manifesting a person that's good for you, as opposed to if you are unrequitedly loving someone or wanting them and desiring them, and they don't share the same feelings for you back. Okay, so I'm not sure if that's your situation, but sometimes when we're too hyper focused on someone, that's not a good thing for our energy. Okay. Let's see if anything else wants to come out here. Do a little longer story time one. I see the Queen of Pentacles here popping out. Okay, she's very giving, kind by nature. I see the Chariot card, forward moving energies. These could just be embodiments of energies or actual characters. So take it for what it's worth. The masculine Chariot energy is a Cancer sign. The Queen of Pentacles, you can flip the gender roles too, is Sagittarius and Capricorn. Okay. So let's talk about it. Could be a work relationship, 9 of Cups in the upright. Someone could be bringing a lot of experience to the table, leveling up, moving to the next phase, to the next relationship. And this could be a sign of letting go of the past, releasing, I don't want to say a bond or a bondage, but it could be this kind of ritualistic, symbolic, marking, moving on, having moved on from someone. Whoever I'm resonating with, I'm feeling that you really did the work, though, okay? You didn't rush this process. In fact, you did the harder part first. Okay, so as to not bury it in the next season or the next relationship. Okay, and this is simultaneously related to freedom and how freedom permeates the other facets of your life. Work, platonic relationships, friendships, things like that. Freedom is a big theme here I'm getting. That's permeating. And so Spirit wanted to show you it, not only possibly through work, but also in romance, to be free of emotion, to be able to see what emotion is for what it's worth, its value, to show you mastery over feeling and thinking. Okay? They're just blocks of wood in the sand pit, in the sandbox. They're just tools, okay? So you want to use the tools and not be used by them, okay? Lest you become a tool and or a puppet in someone else's life, okay? So be mindful because there's a lot of manipulation. that is capable of being had in a lifetime. Okay, if you're not aware or vigilant of it. And so it can be that since you've learned your lesson about freedom, Nine of Pentacles here, you are now being gifted, coming out of possibly financial hardship in the 3D, maybe even being gifted with a new relationship. Four of Wands in the upright, heavy hitting energy, could be someone that you are to be wedded to. This has also been coming through as a finish line, having finished, graduated past the World card in the upright. Finished, graduated past. Springtime energy for sure, growth, expansion energy. It's almost as if you've called back your magnetic power. Okay, you've called back your magnetic power. You've learned and you've been made aware of the dynamics of magnetic power. And by magnetic power, we're speaking to what is occupying your time and your attention. Because when you are occupied with your attention, whether you're viewing entertainment or what have you, dealing with other people, when you are occupied to that capacity, you're signaling to the 5D, you're signaling to the field, the quantum field, where all possibility exists, that you are occupied. And therefore, that's a strain on your magnetic power. And our magnetic power is what we're able to call from that field into our reality, into our existence. So you've been learning how to call back your power, okay? And a lot of power is stored in emotional pockets, okay? Your memory, okay? And we either give it value by handing over our ego identity to those emotional pockets, or we flush them down the drain and say, you no longer serve me here, right? And that has to do with the bonding mechanism of emotion, memory, especially in our relationships, okay? Especially in your dwelling, especially in your work occupation, where you work, who you work with, right? Everything is emotional imprinting association. Okay, so you have to be made aware of that superpower of yours, because you were born into a realm that just wanted to stuff you with emotional imprinting instructions. Okay? They needed to pre-program you because you are that powerful. Okay, all sentient conscious beings of a certain IQ, emotional capacity, definitely that of a human, is, I would beg to say, all powerful when they are aware of their relationship with the quantum field and their manifestation ability. Okay. Let's see here. What else is coming through? Yeah, so you see this expansiveness here, right? I'll show you exactly. And this is even before I recognize this in the cards. You see the expansiveness here is the Wheel of Fortune. The Moon card here is magnetic power. Okay, remember the sun is electric. The moon is magnetic. Okay, so when you see the Moon card, it's your own personal magnetic power. So this is a decision. This is you becoming fully aware. And you decidedly so. Okay, you're seeing, oh, this area in my life is suffering. King of Pentacles in the reverse. Let me go help him out. Almost as if it's a disembodied entity that you're wanting to gas up or fuel up here. 8 of Wands on the upright. That's incoming communication. I'm kind of more so receiving it as communicating with other aspects of yourself. This in particular charged with value, self-worth that manifests in the 3D. Okay. Queen of Cups is here. A lot of big, heavy characters here. I see that you've already put the reflective character of the Queen of Swords in check. You've checkmated her, you've defeated her. Sometimes these disembodied lessons or entities that are reflections of your inner self come through people external to yourself that you attract or pull into your world. So hence, if you associate the Queen of Cups with your mother, well, that's the disembodied aspect of yourself, Queen of Cups, an emotional leader, what have you, what have you. If you characterize King of Pentacle in reverse with aspects of money, finance, stability, if you associate that with a certain person, that might be a reflection of, trustworthy in business. Okay, or do you feel as though that this person is flaky? Okay, so you want to work that karma to being trustworthy, depending on what you're picking up negative of the King of Pentacles in reverse. Anything else here? I mean, the good thing is that because you've already, checkmated this Queen of Swords lesson, whoever this person was, or whatever, disembodied lesson that you have had to come to know in your reality. Now you have this Knight of Swords fully at your disposal, and this Knight of Swords is going to help you work this King of Pentacle into the upright position. Remember, the Knight of Swords has been coming through as this magnet, so he's a part of your manifesting ability. Okay, and this actually makes sense and tracks because in the tarot, remember, we're moving from fire, which is the wands, cups, which is the water, the swords are electric or in the ether, the air, and then we're using that to ground and manifest the pentacles, the King of Pentacle in the upright. And that's what you're currently doing if you're at that level in 2024, where you're practicing and exercising in-depth manifestation. Positive electrical mental signal, positive magnetic emotional feeling, and this gets you where you want to be. King of Pentacles on the up and up. Bam. Reach out for more. Peace. Okay, so now I can upload. Hi, Vrindavan. You have to like the video and you have to subscribe to my channel. And then I will answer your question. Okay? Let me know when you've done that. Okay, thank you. Did you subscribe? Did you subscribe? You have to subscribe. Yes or no? Did you subscribe to my channel? Yes or no? Okay, I'll talk to you. Read the subject line. Readings are $20. Readings are $20.